Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gravity Rush Round 2, where we take it to the streets. Wait, that's Fast and Furious. To the Auroras. How are we doing today, guys? Welcome to the stream. So happy to be back here for Gravity Rush Round 2, but we have the entire cast here. So before we jump into things, guys, we're going to be going through every single person here. We're going to kick it off with Tint. Tint, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited to see some Auroras go stupid fast.
Oh man, after the, they got a little bit of extra boost, some speed bugs, but let's see how that works out. But thank you, Tint. Jackaden is here for the first time as well. Jackaden, how you been, man? How you feeling? And are you ready for Gravity Rush round number 2?
Oh man, I'm super excited for this. It's a shame I couldn't be there for round 1 because when I was watching back the VOD, it was absolutely some amazing races. So looking forward to this, and as Tint said as well, some Auroras. Love that ship. Classic racing starter. But yeah, it's been awesome. I'm really looking forward to this, and thank you for having me.
Hey man, love having you here. So for those of you guys at home that are watching, you're going to have Tint and Jackaden breaking down all of the races for you after the races are concluded. And then we have our casters joining us finally is our the main man that is all over the place for us, doing System 7, helping us with Day Morale. We got Croncy. Croncy, man, how you feeling being here for Gravity Rush for round number 2?
It's 4 a.m. No, I'm really excited. I'm genuinely really excited. Honestly, the thing that I'm more excited than anything really is getting to cast with Cyberfox again. It was super fun casting him last year at CitizenCon, and getting to do it again today is going to be dope as hell. So excited to do some casting and yeah, watch some Auroras explode.
Hey, love to hear it, Croncy. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It always means a lot, man. And it's ship racing, baby, so it should be fun. And then Cyberfox, man. Sometimes I feel like this guy should be commentating a soccer field or something. But Cyberfox, we're here, Gravity Rush Round 2. How you feeling today, man?
Man, I'm hyped. We had an exciting first round. Samtastic showed us how to fly with style, drifting sideways through many of the tracks. Splen put on a showcase of skill in the M50, pushing to the limits, redding and blacking out. Sometimes flying blind through checkpoints. This time the playing field's level, though, with the Auroras, so I'm looking forward to seeing some close racing. I'm looking forward to seeing Herbie. A shout out to Herbie. I can see you in chat there, buddy. I've seen that Herbie's been putting down some Aurora times on scr.gg over the last few weeks. So, yeah, he's going to be one to watch because he's got his eye on the ball. And, yeah, I'm really pleased to be here with Croncy and with all these extra commentators now because, obviously, in round 1, we were carrying everything on our shoulders, me, you, and Tint. So, yeah, really pleased that Jackaden and Croncy could join us for this one. Where were you guys? Come on.
Hey.
Look, I'm having a kid in October and I don't know how to take care of a child. That's my excuse.
We're not gonna see once Croncy's kid is born. We're never gonna see him again, guys. That's how he played with. If you guys, if you know. But hey, shout out to Sergeant Gambles. So love that dude. But anyways, hey, we have a great show today. We're gonna have Auroras, right? So we're gonna have Auroras in 3 different courses. We're gonna have the Snake Pit. We're gonna have Skyscraper, which I'm very excited for because this is going to be the first time that we see Skyscraper, and then we have Yardar Valley, and especially in Aurora. So I'm going to kick it off here. I'm going to shoot it back over to you, Cyberfox. And by the way, Cyberfox, I want to say I love you because everything that we miss in between, you just kind of fill that in, and I just appreciate that. So, but anyways, I'm going to kick it over to you, Cyberfox. But we have these 3 courses: Snake Pit, Skyscraper, Yardar Valley. We're racing in Auroras. Which one are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, I personally hate the Skyscraper, and with the dynamic weather coming in, because it's on a planet, it's going to be tough if it gets rainy like we saw in round 1 with Lawville. It's one of the hardest tracks to learn. It's one of the hardest tracks in an Aurora as well. You've got all these tight mail slots that everybody has to fly through. So I'm excited to see how the races handle it. Obviously, we've got a different range of skill. That being said, I love Yadar Valley. It's my favorite track. I know that we all pronounce it differently. I've heard Yadar from XGI. I've heard Yadar, so I pronounce it Yadar. I don't know what's the right way. But yeah, because it's got the thinnest atmosphere, it's also quite a tough track. So I think this is going to be a tough round, to be honest. And yeah, I think the thing that I'm most looking forward to is just seeing all of those auroras tightly packed in a pile in a cluster together. Because with the different ships in the previous rounds, there was quite a gap. We had the snub ships taking the lead, and then we had like the Razors following up behind, and the M50s somewhere in between. Whereas this time they're going to be knocking about right up close to each other. So I think every race is going to be dramatic for that reason.
Yep, no, totally understand. I totally get that. I just say Yardar Valley is just easier for me. I'm not gonna try to say it a special way or anything. So so I feel you on that. Kranzi, anything you're looking forward to in the Auroras in any of these 3 courses today?
I love these 3 courses in general, but Yardar Valley by far my favorite. I think it's a lot of races' favorites. It's one of the first ones you start to get into when you're doing a lot of Arena Commander. I know when the Fury LX came out, I just smashed that racetrack over and over and over again. So very excited for that one. I think they've done a really good job with it. And I am sad to hear a little bit about the atmosphere in Skyscraper making it a little bit more awkward, because I just love that final turn on Skyscraper and how very annoying it is to the side of my face every time I try to go through it. So we'll see. Hopefully, if our competitors can do a little bit better than I do when I jump onto that one.
All right. Same question to you, Jacqueline. What are we looking for today in any of these 3 courses in the Auroras?
Well, I mean, Snakebit and Yadar Valley, both of them thin ATMO, so going to be very, very interesting to see how the racers can maintain their speeds, as Yadar Valley or Yadar, whatever, has a little bit more of a punishing...
Yadar.
Yadar. Yeah, Yadar Valley is a little bit more punishing than Snakebit, I feel. But yet Snakebit is a little bit more tight as a track, so going to be very interesting to see how they control their speed. However, I absolutely love the Skyscraper. I know it's a track that it's very easy to smash face first into the wall, but these Auroras can really do it nice and smooth. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot of these racers really cut these turns tight and close. So yeah, looking forward to Skyscraper.
Awesome. That one should be pretty fun. I think anything new just gets me excited because I've seen Yardar Valley or Yadar Valley quite often. I've seen Snake Pit, so I think I'm kind of looking forward to that Skyscraper as well. So, Tint, same question in your way. What are you looking forward to in this round number 2 with Auroras?
I think I'll echo that I'm excited to see what the atmosphere does to Skyscraper. I had my first experience with it for Omega's track night this week, flying a Herald, and we got hurricane force winds at Microtech, it felt like, and my TVI was just dancing all over the place. So if we get a little bit of that kicked in, that could go to anybody at that point. But this is also a good set in that it builds on a similar set of skills. So Yadar will be the chance to kind of show which racers have what it takes to put it all together and which ones are lacking in certain areas.
Hey, totally fair points there. And, so going a little bit backwards here, going to the Gravity Rush rules, racers are competing once they qualified on their time trial with a certain ship. They have to use that ship in round 1 and 3, and then in round 2, everybody's going to be on that same playing field with the Auroras. This is the question. Anybody can jump in here, but is there any specific Auroras that have an advantage over the other, like the LX or the MR or any of the other ones? Or is there any specific advantage to any one of those, or they're all on the same playing field?
They've all got the same thrust, but the EX, LX, and CL are the lightest, about 24.5 tons. For those of you who don't know how light that is, that's 6 tons lighter than an arrow, so same as a blade. So I would say the acceleration is going to be a little bit faster, but obviously it depends if some of these racers will take their guns off as well, because we saw some of the less, the not-so-pro racers leaving the guns on as well. So I'd say the MR with no guns is probably about the same mass as an ES with guns, so it only helps a little bit. So they are very, very closely matched, I would say.
And yeah, this plays into something we see a lot where CIG balances for stock loadouts. And so ships that have more guns to lose can often see a surprising advantage. So the LN may wind up being a favorite here. We'll have to see what the racers pick.
All right. Any other comments on the Auroras?
Yeah, having a chat with some of the racers, I've actually been hearing a lot of, just as Tin said, the LN being a favorite. It feels like it's faster on straights, and yet the MR can take turns slightly better. So it's going to be interesting to see who picks the MR for the turns, but who picks the LN for the straight up extra speed. I don't think it's that much of an improvement, but when it comes to competition, any improvement is an improvement, right? So.
No, totally. I totally agree there. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing. We actually had some very interesting questions, especially before the race. Racers are asking, "Hey, per race, can I switch Auroras?" Because they know that some Auroras are going to be better in certain tracks. But guess what? You're stuck with what you're with what you're choosing in today's race for round number 2. But let's jump right into it. Last week, we saw some incredible racing, of course. Some of the main ships that we saw was the Mariah Razor, and you had the P-72 Archimedes, and then the Origin M50. But let's take a look at our first group here, which is going to be, I believe, Neojet, Ninjetti, and Ricky Tiki. Let's take a look at those points from last week. Do we have the points from last week? All right, no problem. Okay, well, just a quick update here from last week. We had group number 1, and we had Ricky Tiki, Neojet, and Ninjetti. And then we had some great points on the board. I believe we have Neojet in the P-72 at 10 points, Ninjetti also 10 points, and then Ricky Tiki is sitting there at 7 points. So this group number 1, very, very good. I'm going to throw it over to you, Tint, first. Who do you think, this group obviously being very close in points, who do you think you see as a rising star here to take it for the Aurora class here in Gravity Rush round number 2?
Man, I would love to see some confirmation if Dude is making it in this week, because he was my favorite last week, but he wasn't able to make the race. So I think if he shows up, we might see some fun coming from behind action on the points. But otherwise, I got to root for Ninjetti.
Oh, awesome. Throwing it over to you, Jacqueline, same question.
Yeah, I think I would have to probably go with Ninjetti as well. I mean, it's very, very close between the racers. Also looking forward to if Dude will be coming. If so, probably he has a bit of the advantage. He has more exposure with recent racing. Ninjetti has been joining up some of the races recently as well, so he has been getting the feel for the flight model. So I think he's probably a good runner-up for that spot.
Got it. Kranzi, I know you weren't here last week, but seeing how close this group is, who do you think is going to be the rising star here for round number 2? Racing these Auroras.
It's interesting. I mean, for the most part, I mean, it's hard for me to never got for. Sorry, my brain. It's 4 a.m. It's hard for me to not go for the teams that I know the best, and at least in terms of Group 1, Neojet, an absolute champion of ground racing over the last few years, is kind of always going to be my favorite to absolutely smash it through. So I'm hoping to see him do a little bit better this week and see what he can pull off.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how excited Neojet was, especially racing in person at Enter Atmosphere, was definitely a treat to see how, you kind of revive, or that experience revived the kid in him, and it was so cool to see. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna give it to Neojet. Hopefully he can kind of step it up a little bit and kind of take off from the pack. But hey, we'll see what happens here. Cyberfox, same question to you. Who do you see, from Group 1, kind of, being the rising star for round number 2 here on Gravity Rush?
Yeah, I mean, well, Neojet and Ninjetti obviously tied at 10 points, so I think that it's going to be between them, right? It's going to be one of those two taking it forwards. In the interests of a little bit of healthy competition, because the analysts have chosen Ninjetti, I think I'm going to go with Neojet for this one then and balance it out a little bit. I know that Ninjetti is super competitive, and I would love to see Dude 3D jump in on this one if he is available as well. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Neojet for this round.
Yeah, I think Dude 3D, unfortunately, is not going to be available for the rest of the series now that this is his second race that he's missed. but it's all good. I'm telling you, people are missing a huge opportunity here. We got some incredible prizes for the top three. The top three is going to get invited to the next ATMO Esports LAN, whether that's at the next CitizenCon to compete or whatever plans we have up our sleeves. And I just want to say that because we have plans up our sleeves, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very much looking forward to it. But anyways, group number one, this is looking really, really good here. Let's jump into our course maps for today. And one thing I'm going to say here is that we saw the snake pit last week. And last week, you know, I think what the ships that they have were really, really smooth. You know, people were using that pitch and yaw very, very well. But, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing the Aurora in the snake pit and seeing how fast people can put in those laps, because as you can see here, some of the fastest lap last week on the snake pit, you're looking at around 35 to 40 seconds. So I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Let's take a look at our first track for today. It's going to be the snake pit. Let's move over to that one. Anybody can jump in here. Anything that you guys feel the Aurora is depending on the turn. You know, any comments on where people are going to have difficulty with the Auroras in this specific course? Anybody can jump in here at this time.
All right. Well,
I mean, I think obviously you got to be pretty quick, but yeah, I'll leave it to Jackadin to fill in because he's the expert on this track.
I mean, I don't know about expert, but yeah, I mean, the Aurora, I think it can run this track really, really well. I think we'll probably still expect to see lap times maybe around the high 40s, maybe. Depends on the speed. I'm not sure with the new speeds how it is, but anyways, yeah, high 40s, maybe low 50s. That's probably what I'm expecting to see. I think the most dangerous spot will probably be turn 6, because that's coming out of a really wide, long run through Emerald Avenue. And then you come in for a really sharp 180 into another sharp 180. So you need to manage your speed and manage your Gs, because coming out of turn 6, it's a really, really tight exit. You brush super close to the wall. So if you're not fully committed, the second you let go of some throttle, you'll immediately lose the grip and you'll go face first into the wall. So, you know, quoting something that Tin said last week with Snake Pit, you need to push the speeds to get the grip. Otherwise, the track will take over.
And I think
Gotcha.
in the case of Snake Pit specifically, we're going to see that there's a lot of potential for racers to have somebody else in the line that they want to take, and they're going to have to adapt and be flexible. We saw that a little bit last week, specifically with Neo and Ninjetti. So I expect to see it basically in every race on the docket today, because the Auroras are going to keep people packed that much closer together.
Awesome. All right, let's jump right into our course number 2. As the racers are currently getting almost ready to go, we got the skyscraper. Let's take a quick look here. But this is one thing that I'm very excited about. We're in ArtCorp. You know, this is a new track compared to, you know, to last week where we had the Icebreaker and Lorville Outskirts. So I'm definitely excited for this one. What makes this track difficult? I'll throw it right back to you, Jackadin, for these Aurora MRs, or what makes this track challenging?
Well, really the scary part of Skyscraper, in my opinion, is the first turn. If you can get through the first turn unscathed, Skyscraper is relatively open air. So you have a lot of room for overtakes if you drift left or right. But really, there are 3 mailbox slot turns at turns 7 and 8, which are pretty dangerous. And then it's the first turn going down into the lower crisscross section. Anywhere where there's the tight walls and you have to pass right through the skyscrapers, that is where you really have to pick your line and really commit to those turns. You don't want to drift out, because the turns are at an awkward angle already as it is. So you really have to pick your line, stay a bit wide, and get that late apex kind of turn out of those skyscrapers. That's how you get the most optimal race conditions. But the rest of the track is relatively open air, so there's a lot of spaces for overtakes if you maintain some boost for the straight. So really looking forward to how the racers are going to be managing their boost for this.
All right, sounds good. Any other comments on Skyscraper before we move forward to our third course of the day?
I'd say it's probably the track that's going to show us the difference mostly between the amateurs and the pros. So those people who know to take the wider lines rather than flying straight towards the checkpoint, because as Jackedin said, these corners are really sharp. So if you fly like from checkpoint to checkpoint in this track rather than using that space, using that wide open air, then you come at it at the wrong angle, and there's just a wall, which Croncy is very familiar with.
Look, sometimes you got to stop painting the skyscrapers, all right?
Oh, that's so funny. But I'm seeing from checkpoint 2 to 3, you're actually going in between buildings. Same thing as when you go from 6 to 7. So but those are some pretty decent straights. So, but like you mentioned, it looks like if you go wide, you'll be able to get into that inside of those turns and hopefully kind of push through it. But I mean, looking forward to that. Let's jump into our last course of the day for our Aurora is going to be Yada Valley. I don't know how to. I'm going to keep butchering that word a little bit, but this one, we saw it at Enter Atmosphere. Absolutely. I love this track. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's a lot of fun to take a look, but looking at the start line, going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, it's pretty butt clenching. I'll put it that way. So, anyways, I'm tossing it over to you, Tint, if you have any thoughts to kick it off here about Yardar Valley, especially with Auroras here in Gravity Rush round number 2.
I mean, really, the word of the day is restraint. All 3 of these tracks are going to reward racers who can, when they need to, slow it down, take a line in the appropriate style and at the appropriate speed. But Yadar is that in spades. It's going to punish racers who are heavy on the throttle. And specifically, as you said, coming in from checkpoint 1 and that hairpin into 2, I will be shocked if we don't see at least one racer just splash out on the back wall today because they came in carrying way too much speed. The adrenaline pumping, throttle shoved forward, and it gets away from you. So I think we'll see some pros come away with some relatively easy wins just by virtue of showing restraint.
All right, sounds good. Any other thoughts from any of the team currently here on the desk?
Yeah, I just think that any ship feels faster because of the thin atmo, right? So my co-commentators are correct. There's no drag to slow you down, so it's all about restraint. It's all about making sure that you do that management on your throttle. So you're pre-turning and you're overturning and you're using those mains. So turning before the apex of the corner so that you sort of drift around. So it'll be interesting to see the discipline on this track. Again, Herbie's laid down a recent time on this track. I don't want to talk too much about times because we're in Auroras, but Jackedin hit the nail on the head with the late late 40s, I think it was, on the previous track. So Herbie put down 47 seconds on the Snake Pit. He put down 1 minute 1 second on the Skyscraper, and he put down let me just check on Yada Valley, 1 minute 8 seconds. So it's quite a long track. It's definitely a racer's track, and I think because it's the longest track as well in terms of the time, we're going to see a lot of drama here.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Go ahead, Jackin. You good?
All right. Yeah, I think what's really going to be awesome about the ADAR is just the layout of the track. It's basically has everything that you want from a racetrack, right? It has really tight, close to the wall corners in the beginning. It has a nice long straight through into a hairpin, into another straight after fresh air. Goes a climb into a drop, into a slalom, into a chicane. It has everything. And talking about restraint, you need different levels of restraint to do the techniques to get past the chicane or to get past the slalom. So it's going to be really interesting to see where these racers really are the most disciplined in. If they can control their speeds on the straights, if they can manage their thrusts in the hairpins, that's what I'm going to be looking out for, honestly.
All right, sounds good. Now, those are some good points, but looking forward to this one. And I believe just for people watching at home, is a Yardar Valley that's different in the PU and in Arena Commander, or is that a different track?
That's Snake Pit, I believe. The only difference, I think, in Snake Pit and the PU is that there is a checkpoint before Turn and Burn, which has crane. That crane is not in the PU. But I think other than that, they're pretty much the same.
Same. Okay. Just double checking here. All right. Well, here we go. We are about. We have a few minutes to get started. So before we do that, again, we're gonna have Tint, Jacket, and they're gonna be breaking down, the race after it has concluded, and then you're gonna have Croncy and Cyberfox breaking down all the play-by-play action while it's happening live here during Gravity Rush round number 2. We are just getting one of our final races ready to get this race underway, and we should start getting, that action going, that action-packed fast speed that you're wanting to get right now, because if you're watching at home, make sure you're cheering on for your favorite racers as well. But before we do that, let's jump right into group number 2 and see who is currently leading the pack there, because group number 2, you have Shacknu, you have Nickel JG, and Sam Tastic. So let's take a quick look at group number 2. But Shacknu dominating this group right now, doing a great job. Fastest lap, 106, and Lower Outskirts Icebreaker 103, and Snake Pit 34 seconds. Shacknu with 12 points, Sam Tastic with 7 points, and then Liquid Prime with 6, and Nickel JG with 2 points. I did miss Liquid Prime, sorry about that. I do apologize, but I think this group is still very close. No matter if Shacknu has 12 points, anybody can kind of jump up there a little bit there, kind of jump up in points a little bit and take over. But I'm going to kick it off here to you, Croncy, first. I'm going to give it to you, Croncy. But if you're looking at group number 2, who do you think we're going to see kind of, come up a little bit for this round number 2?
I mean, what an absolute beast of a racer Shacknu is. It's hard to not see this racer in any race that you're participating in and not root for them. It's Shacknu. It's Shacknu all day in Group 2, and I think it's going to come through once again today once we do get into these Auroras. So that's what I'm excited to see. Excited to see that continue, and hope that we get a racer who just dominates the competition.
Okay, awesome. Looking for Shacknu. Kicking it off to you, Tint. Who do we got for group number 2 that we're putting our bets on?
My money last week was on Liquid, and Shacknu pulled it out on all 3 races, and I'm going to pin that on the P72 as a choice. So I think when it comes down to fair ships, I'm still expecting to see Liquid really show us what he can do.
All right. Well, I will definitely love seeing Liquid as well. So I'm on there with you, Tint. Throwing it over to you, Jacqueline. Who do we got here in group number 2?
It's a tough one, honestly. I mean, I believe the ship choice made a difference in last week's race. I mean, the P72 is the clear dominant ship for the track layouts that we had last week or last round. The M50 just behind it, and then the Razor just slightly behind that. So the order kind of settled in that way in a lot of the tracks. But yeah, Shacknu, phenomenal racer. I mean, we saw throughout all of the 3 races, very clinical, very little room for error the way he flies whatsoever. And also, Shacknu and the Aurora are a very... It's a combo that rarely fails. I mean, Shacknu has been a part of the Aurora All-Stars. That is an event that XGR hosts, and pretty much any time that he raced in it, I believe he won it. So Shacknu knows his way around the Aurora. But Liquid, on the other hand, recently spent a lot of time in the Aurora, practicing for other races. So it's going to be close. But I do think that Liquid might have the advantage in some of the tracks here. It's going to be interesting in Yadar Valley, though.
I'm looking forward to it because I did see some of the Aurora races that XGR put up, and I don't know, it just feels a lot more. It's definitely going to feel a lot more competitive from my point of view. So last thoughts here, Cyberfox. Anybody you see here from Group 2 that you think are going to give that shine today?
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting because there's 2 different flying styles. There's the time trial flying style, which I think Liquid and Shacknu are going to demonstrate. And then there's the drifty flying style that Samtastic does with like one hand on the wheel and his elbow out the window and all this sort of stuff going on. So I reckon there'll be 2 different disciplines that we're gonna watch. It's going to be pretty close and tight, like you say, Crucian. And Nickel JG DNF'd a couple of times in round one, and like hats off to him for contributing and for participating. I'd like to see him try and finish some of these races, even if he finishes like a few seconds or even a minute behind the rest of the pack. Just take it easy, because I said Yadar's the longest track, but if you crash on the first corner, it's going to be the shortest track, right? So yeah, I think different flying styles. We've got 3 different flying styles going on here, so it's going to be interesting. My money, I would say, is Shaqno and Liquid. They're going to be going head to head.
All right, well, here we go. Race number 1 here for group number 1. We're heading over straight to the snake pit. So, Croncy, Cyberfox, it's y'all's time to shine, baby. So take it away, guys. We'll see you soon.
Hello again, everyone. Cyberfox, how we doing?
It's good to see you, buddy. I'm so happy to be casting with you again, man. It's been so long. It's been almost a year, bro.
It has been. It's been crazy, but we're here for a good reason. We're here for some good fun and some fast racing, which I'm very, very excited for. That we've got some more, actual ship racing that we've been participating here on ATMO Esports. So very excited for this one. We're going to be heading over to Snake Pit for group number 1. We will be watching Neojet, Ninjetti, and Ricky Tiki here. And would you like to let everyone know what ships they're going to be running? Which versions of the Aurora they're going to be running?
Oh, I don't actually have that up on my sheet. Let me just check.
All good.
I don't have all the Auroras up, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, so we got Neojet in the MR, we got Ninjetti in the MR, and we got Ricky Tiki in the LN. Is that correct? That's the notes that I've got.
That's what I see. So hopefully it is certainly correct. Now, we were talking obviously a little bit before when we were looking at our overview about the differences between the Auroras. Do you foresee much difference between the MR and LN today?
No, not in practical. What's the word? Not in practical handling, especially because there's very few places in Snake Pit to actually overtake. So it's not like one's going to dominate the other, because there's just not a chance on the track for that to happen, especially in this first track of this round.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's good to hear. So hopefully we don't see the LN, as it is 1 LN and 2 MRs. Hopefully we don't see the LN just absolutely crush it. Someone's figured out something that we haven't, and I don't think we will. So this is going to be a good one to watch today. Now, Neojet loading up SCR. trying to double check, guys. Wait, how does this track work? Ah, crap.
He's getting ready to record a world record in his Aurora.
Submits it before the race is done. That's what I'm expecting. But yeah, this should be a good fun one. I'm really excited to see Neojet do some more flying racing again. Once again, I mentioned earlier, we're very used to seeing Neojet on the ground racing. And in the last roughly 2 years or so, Neojet's been absolutely performing in the air, which has been great for me. I've been loving watching. Ninjetti and Ricky Tiki are names that I myself don't know much about yet. So I'm hoping they prove themselves to me. I'm sure you guys have proven yourselves to the rest of the racing community, but you need to prove yourself to Croncy today by absolutely crushing Neojet, okay?
Yeah, and I think the other thing to consider in this race is just the visibility. We're lucky to have an action cam as well, just to explain to the viewers that we've got an extra ship that's going to be following the race this time, because there are only 3 races, so we got some space on the screen. But yeah, racing in Aurora, you got those RSI classic panels at the front, or those bars that go across the windshield. So visibility is going to be a bit weird, but I'm glad to see that yeah, they're all lined up, they're ready to go. I don't know how long we are until countdown.
Yeah, it sounds like races are ready, so it should be at any moment now. One thing I do want to point out is the massive FOV differences we have between some of our races here. Neojet cranked all the way up, it seems. Meanwhile, Ricky Tiki and Ninjetti a little bit more conservative. Anything to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've just got the 60-second timer, but I suppose it depends on the size of the screen as well. It looks like they've all got the same size screen, though, so it's interesting to see. I'm more of a wide FOV when I'm racing, because especially when somebody's beside you and you're drifting sideways, you kind of need that peripheral vision, right? You need to be able to just not bash into people.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I mean, you just want to be able to see as much as you possibly can, right? And if you do not have, you know, there are quite a few people that are using like ultra wides and whatnot. If you're not using an ultra wide, you want to make sure that you can get everything, right? So we've got about 30 seconds before the countdown's going to finish up. Now, I will say I'm going to let you take this first one. All right, I'm going to let you give that to our viewers, and then I'll take the next one, and we'll see how we go. My recommendation is start a second late. On you go.
Looks like we've got 10 seconds to go. Waiting with bated breath.
We see the 10. If it's always 10 seconds to go, it means the race will be starting anytime, guys. Yeah, we've got a standby here. There may be some issue, but yeah, we'll let you guys know ASAP when this is all ready.
StarCitizen, I think all of our viewers are very familiar with technical issues, so just a little bit of another 60-second delay, just getting everything right, making sure that all our on-screen timers are set and correct. It looks like NeoJet's sort of like in anticipation, he's leaning further and further sideways, twisting and twisting. I think he's going to be doing the pitch up, pitch down flying style, so already there's going to be a difference by the look of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see
like
a wide range of strategies today. All right, just about there. Everyone get ready. Who are you excited for?
5. And we are off. Okay, it looks like NeoJet's taken a quick lead, and he's pulling around the first checkpoint. Oh, somebody's just overtaken. I think Ninjetti and NeoJet are 1 and 1. They're neck and neck. NeoJet
notably
taking
Ricky
over.
Tiki with a very slow start there. Big delay to the start. Not sure exactly what happened there, but we'll see if they're able to bring it back here. But like you said, NeoJet and Ninjetti right in the front. NeoJet chasing through that bottom corner.
You can see them in like right in front as well. Oh my gosh, a little bit of throttle difference there. Braking early, braking later, taking the corner tighter, taking it a bit wider. So yeah, 2 slightly different lines happening here, but very close, very equal. Ninjetti is throwing it around those corners, using those main thrusters. It's hard to keep up. I think Ninjetti. Sorry, you carry on. No, NeoJet just ahead. Only half a second between them. You carry on.
Yeah, them right on top of each other. Noticeably, Ricky Tiki almost half a lap behind already. So huge delay start there and a little bit slower going around. Meanwhile, NeoJet and Ninjetti still not letting up on this fight.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Ricky Tiki finish this race and get the points on the board. But Ninjetti is coming up just 200 meters. Oh no, not 200 meters, just a few hundred meters behind NeoJet. I can't see him in the view at the moment, but he's taking it a little bit slow. I think he can gun it a bit faster, to be honest. He needs to roll a bit harder. He needs to pull back a bit quicker. He's taking a little bit easy. He's quite tight, but yeah, I feel like there's a bit of drag on Ninjetti's flying style at the moment. He needs to add some boost to really catch up.
Definitely, and notably, NeoJet has accelerated that lead to about almost 3 seconds after that second lap. So NeoJet much further ahead now, and Ricky Tiki coming around to complete lap number 2 in a moment. And we've still got this fight with NeoJet and Ninjetti, but right now, NeoJet, very smooth racing.
Yeah, I think NeoJet's just got better boost management on this first track at the moment. So he's just managed to string all the checkpoints together, managed to connect all of those dots so that his boost isn't wasted trying to correct if he takes a corner or makes a mistake. Whereas Ninjetti, I think, ran out of boost or isn't using the boost quite as efficiently, which is why he's fallen behind a bit. You can already see just the velocity that NeoJet is taking through those corners. Oh, and NeoJet's collided. Was that just at the end of the race? Yes, that was just at the end.
It was after the end of the race. It was a celebratory explosion. NeoJet takes the win there. Noticeably, I think it was about a half a second difference there between NeoJet and Ninjetti. So Ninjetti did really go for it at the end there to try to catch up. Did make up some of that difference that they had in lap number 2, but not quite enough to get them into first place. So NeoJet will take that first race.
Yeah, we got Ricky Tiki here just finishing off the race, keeping it nice and low, keeping it wide, staying away from those corners. So I think he's doing a good job just to survive. trying to turn, so trying to pre-turn and aim at the checkpoint before he puts the thrust forward. Really good throttle control there. And there's where you crash, because obviously in Arena Commander, you lose control at the end. So when we jumped to his camera, yeah, I was surprised by that.
Would have been a lot more entertaining if it was Neojet
race.
colliding just before the finish line.
Yeah. So with that, I think we'll be straight over to our analysts then.
Yeah, let's get them talking about what we just saw. It was obviously a really cool race there, especially between Neojet and Ninjetti. Never mind, we're going straight to the next race.
Okay, never mind, we'll go straight to
My apologies.
Skyscraper.
I wasn't here last time. I wasn't here last time. I'm blaming Crucian. We can all blame Crucian together. That's fine. We're going to be heading off into the Skyscraper. Obviously, we were talking about this once more again earlier. What do you like about the Skyscraper? What do you not like about it, Cyberfox?
What I like is a very, very short list. I'm not going to lie. I hope they get it. I think Arena Commander's at nighttime, so at least you're going to be able to check points, because when you're racing this in the PU, very hard to see during the day because everything's like holographic. And yeah, I mean, those mail slots checkpoints I find really tricky to squeeze through, especially in like larger ships. And then I'm one of those people who I don't know the track so well, so I don't take the corners wide enough. I don't know the optimum, so I tend to like fly straight towards the checkpoint and then collide with a wall. So I think there's going to be a very interesting difference between the racers who know to take the corners wide and the racers who don't. So yeah, be interesting as well to see if we've got any dynamic weather, because it's one of those tracks that's on a main planet on our Corp. The weather might be a factor here. What do you think, Croncy?
I definitely think, at least in terms of if you're a new racer coming into StarCitizen and you want to do some racing, it's a lot more awkward to try to do stuff like Skyscraper, where the turns and the distance don't feel as intuitive, if that makes sense. You know, if you're doing something like Yada Valley, or you're doing something like Snake Pit, where we just saw, because you can constantly see the sort of like the curve of the terrain the whole time, you get a bit of a better feeling for it. But here you just have the little holographic turn symbols, right? That's kind of all you have to try to tell you, hey, you need to turn here, you need to move here. And so you may end up accidentally, speeding through a section and then not being able to turn in time, smashing into a wall, that sort of stuff. So it's a lot more difficult when you first start out, I think. But I mean, this racetrack's been in the game for quite a while now. All of these racetracks today have been in the race for quite a while now. So I think it is. I think our races will be okay, but I will say, after seeing what we just saw with Neojet and Ninjetti, I am much more excited for these next two races now to see, this little give and take that we will probably get between them.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting. I think for those viewers who are similar to me and Croncy, find this track a little bit tricky. Jackedin does some track tutorials on his YouTube channel. He does like podcasts and videos as well. So if you're learning this track like we are, and sort of in the midst of practicing and finding that correct line, you might get a bit confused because it's quite bright. Yeah, check out Jackedin's channel. He does a really good job of explaining it better than I could, to essentially not cheese it and get like a nice wide arc. You got to have like a lot of respect for this race, because those mail slots between those buildings means that any slight mistake in your approach and you're just going to DNF. And in this tournament, a DNF means no points on the board for this track. So it's a big thing to be able to make sure that you fly straight and you fly carefully with discipline and with respect.
Yeah, no, 100%. And obviously that's going to apply to all the races, but this one in particular, it's just the most, at least today, it feels the most dangerous in my mind, right? When I envision myself going through this track. Now, that may be just bad experiences I've had in the past on the track, but luckily it sounds like a lot of the community may feel the same. But it is a fantastic track. I especially particularly love the final few turns that you get just before the finish line, where you have to do a lot of not quite slaloming, but you do have to push yourself quite left, quite right, and then through that final mailbox. If you get that successfully, it feels so nice.
Yeah, I think it's one of those tracks that's most satisfying once you do get it. But Jack did point out that as soon as you get through turn one, if you can survive that first turn, then you're sort of on your way, really. So we'll see how close they get to turn one and how tight this race is packed from the start. And obviously, when you're pulling a lot of Gs through some of these sharp corners like private parking and the crisscross, you've got to it's almost a 180. It's more than a 90 degree. It's probably like a 150 degree, 160 degree turn. So with an Aurora, you've got to pretend you're in the expanse. You got to flip and burn essentially to get through these. It's almost like a street circuit, really. Get through these turns as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, definitely.
We might even.
So there you go. You can see our races. Yeah, you can see our races are getting all set up for this race. The grid is based on how they did in round one, so obviously a little bit of an advantage there for NeoJet. Now, this race should be quite a lot of fun. Obviously, if you somehow missed the last race that we just watched, NeoJet and Ninjetti right on top of each other for pretty much the entirety of Snake Pit. Ninjetti just barely unable to get ahead of NeoJet. So I want to see a big fight between them here. And then we also had that delayed start from Ricky Tiki, it seemed. So hopefully we get to see a much more a consistent start from them this time around and a lot more of a faster lap. See if we can get a little bit more competition in between our three races.
It'd be interesting to see the third-person action camera as well. Hopefully, we get some nice side-by-side racing on the straights, and get the ships really close. I think that's obviously since the introduction to master modes happened, we wanted or Chris Roberts wanted everything to be up front and close and more cinematic. So I'm expecting this race to be just that, to be honest, especially at the speeds that the Auroras fly at.
Yep, definitely. All right, 60-second countdown has started. Let us know in all the chats, if you are watching at home, who you are going for in race number 2 for Group 1, Round 2. We're at the skyscraper here. We got NeoJet, Ninjetti, and Ricky Tiki. All right, CyberFox, countdown will start in a second. I'll take this one, if you don't mind, and then I'll throw it back to you for the third race as we get this one going. All right, here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, absolutely nailed it. There we go. We are off, ladies and gentlemen. NeoJet, Ninjetti, and Ricky Tiki around the first corner. Who's going to take this one home?
Well, they've certainly survived. A little bit of difficult visibility here. We could just about barely see them, but they're pulling through. Really, really like tail to nose. Really impressive.
There you go. So I can see Ricky Tiki behind, I believe, Ninjetti. It's a little hard to tell here. But yeah, all three of our racers are well and truly on their way. It looks like Ninjetti may be ahead at the moment. And we'll find out. Oh, there we go. I think that might be a NeoJet that just did a pass on them through that corner. So very, very smooth for them.
Very nice overtake. And you could see as well Ricky Tiki struggling with those corners, whereas Ninjetti and NeoJet, I think they know how to control this track. Oh, and Ninjetti's taken a bit of a tumble. Survived,
we're
though.
still alive.
Survived.
Yeah, we're alive, but obviously that distance now is going to get much further extended as NeoJet is going to be our first one across the finish line with a 1 minute and 9 seconds, followed by Ninjetti 5 seconds over. So that was a fight there between NeoJet and Ninjetti. We'll see how long it takes for Ricky Tiki to come through and about how far behind they are at the moment.
Yeah, I hope Ricky Tiki survives. Like I said, there he is, 1 minute 27. And so there's quite a spread in this pack now, which is unexpected. We did say at the start that it would be a lot closer, this race. And now I think it's all about that discipline. So Ninjetti can't overcook it.
Someone exploded.
Oh,
someone just exploded. That is a NeoJet explosion right on the top of that mailbox. Oh,
just as I was saying, you just got to not overcook it. Just as I was saying, you got to be disciplined. And Ninjetti's just got to fly it home now. Ricky Tiki's got to control the ship, and Ninjetti's just got to fly it home, and then we got points on the board. NeoJet, DNF.
So unfortunate. Especially after that first lap, NeoJet and Ninjetti were fighting for quite a while. About halfway through the lap, Ninjetti had that collision that slowed them down quite a lot, and then Neojet just unfortunately second lap, just around that mailbox, catching on to that, those little antennas that you see in the top of some of those. As right now, Ninjetti is going to come around to finish lap number 2, 2 minutes and 22 seconds, 1 lap remaining. Ricky Tiki looks about like 20, 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, but flying steady. I think he's got a bit more control of the ship now. He's tending to use that Samtastic TM drift style at the moment. He's pushing it to the limits a little bit. I'm seeing a little bit of the blackout coming around. So I think it's pushing quite tight, these corners. As we said, there are some very sharp turns, whereas Ninjetti's managing those Gs a bit better. He's rolling his ship, pulling back, and then rolling his ship and pushing forward. So those Gs means that he's not pushing too hard, and he can maintain control of his character as well as his ship. Whereas Ricky Tiki, I think, is just a little bit less stable and a little bit less in control, but doing well to stay alive, really.
Yeah, I mean, even at this rate, that's all that sort of matters here. If you know that you're not going to be able to get
we just had the action camera taken out. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, look, it's a dangerous race. It's a dangerous race, Cyberfox, all right? You got to be careful. But yeah, you can see Ninjetti there is going to cross the finish line to get highest amount of points for this race. Ricky Tiki, obviously, a lot of it you got to just spend. Once you know that you're not going to get past Ninjetti at that stage, just try to stay alive. You don't want to be in the same situation Neojet is for this one. Rack up some points, lock him in, and then take it to race number 3.
Yeah, and this is going to make the third race even more dramatic because Ricky Tiki is in for the running here. And again, it's all about that discipline. It's all about just trying to fly smoothly. And those people who try to learn this track in a fast jet, he's taking him. He's a bit wide. He's just bounced off the edge. He survived. He's survived. He's rolling back around. It's exactly what I'm saying. Those people who take it a little bit too fast are the ones that fail, right? Those who try to learn a track in a Razor or an M50 and just get kicked off the racing line. It's far easier. Oh, straight. Did he finish the race?
Yes.
Or did he just DNF?
Ricky Tiki with a 1:24 for lap number 3. So that is a completed race there for Ricky Tiki. But yeah, everything you were saying, 100%, right? It was a great sort of display of that example that you were giving. So that is race number 2 done for group number 1. Gone through this quite fast. If you've missed it so far, race number 1, we had Neojet get first place, Ninjetti second, Ricky Tiki third. And then just now, race number 2 at the Skyscraper, we had a DNF from Neojet in lap number 2. First place, Ninjetti, second place, Ricky Tiki. And now we move on to race number 3, Yada Valley. What a racetrack.
Yeah, this is like the pinnacle of track design. I remember speaking about this Enter ATMO last year. It was created by Steve CC, who found a set of canyons where you could string the turns together and do a loop. He was sort of scouting for locations and discovered that one of the devs was creating a track on Daymar, and they exchanged pictures of the location, and it turned out it was the exact same location on the same canyon, on the same spot, on the same moon. And CIG's Nino was talking with the racers to discuss how this track would work using expertise, avoiding exploits, and essentially designing it together with the community. So it's one of the best tracks in the game. As Jacqueline was saying, the canyons are narrow, the atmosphere is thin, you've got to go fast, but you've got chicanes, you've got slaloms, you've got lots of stuff going on. What do you think of this track, Croncy? Have you raced it yourself?
I have quite a lot. Noticeably, I have not since 4.0. I haven't done a lot of Arena Commander racing since then. A lot of it's been ground vehicle racing, but Yada Valley, by far one of my favorite racetracks that exists. It may actually be currently my favorite AC racetrack that isn't Gravlev. I'm obsessed with it. It's every turn feels so different. It's this combination of all these different techniques that you've got to learn, right? You have to be good with your tight turns. You have to be good on your straights. You have to be good with your slaloms, which I am not. You have to be. It's great. I just absolutely love this track. It's a huge favorite of mine. It also has one of my favorite community moments in racing, which I don't remember if it was exactly when the track came out or it was a little bit afterwards. But you'll probably remember this, Cyberfox. There was an issue on the track where there was like an invisible rock that was just somewhere, and we couldn't figure it out. And we had one of the devs just put out this massive call to all of the racers in StarCitizen. Hey guys, can you just grind this racetrack as much as possible so we can fix this issue? And I love it. I absolutely love it. So yeah, really, really excited to watch this one today.
Yeah, and they've done a great job bringing it to Arena Commander as well. And this sort of event is testament to that, because usually PU races take quite a long time, but we're moving from track to track. You know what it's like playing a game in alpha. Sometimes there are technical issues, sometimes there are things that slow you down, but so far we've had a first round. It's gone really, really smooth. We had Enter ATMO last year, which used Arena Commander, and you know, the tracks are being new tracks are being added every single patch, every single year. It's really like a racer's dream, to be honest, to be able to run an event like this, to be able to participate in an event like this, and to be able to just practice as well as quickly as possible using an Arena Commander, the Arena Commander mode. I'm looking forward to seeing what else they do with this mode. It's a real great addition to the persistent universe.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're 100% on the money. It's been fantastic. The amount that people have been able to grind ever since this originally came out, which once again, it's getting there now. It was over a year ago, right? Since we had this amazing racing Arena Commander. But it's really done a lot for the community, and more than half of that is the tracks themselves just being that well designed and being designed with the community in mind. Yeah.
So here we've got like a nice little cinematic overview, and we're just sort of touring the track. I'm not sure exactly what direction these little fly-throughs are taking, but you can just see the variety that Croncy, that you were talking about, just looking at the different sizes of the checkpoints as well. And what I find, especially on Stairway going up to Heaven, is because of the different positioning of the checkpoints, sometimes you can fly right into the corner of one to line up the other, and then you've got to be careful with your throttle as well, because if you're pushing too fast because of the thin atmo, it's very easy to overdo it in this race because there's no drag to slow you down. So you can zoom through one checkpoint and then completely overdo it for the following checkpoint. So I think there's a lot about stringing these together and making sure that, especially when you come through tunnel vision after that, there's quite a long straight into Drifter's hideout, I think, which is the first turn, and famously the CIG devs just crashed out on that. And it's kind of a bit like when you're learning guitar and you hit the wrong notes quite regularly. It's kind of off-putting when you start a race like this and immediately hit into a wall, because you think going fast is great. You think going fast is what you're supposed to be doing, right? When actually, no, you've got to be pointing away from where you're moving, almost like putting your velocity and your main thrusters in a different direction in order to compensate for the crunchiness of this track. It's like mixing up different cereals. It's like having your rice pops with your sugar puffs with your. It's got everything together. It's got that crunchiness and that chewiness. So yeah, it's a lot of different disciplines. I think a lot of different race styles gonna be showcased here.
It definitely is, and that might be my favorite analogy of all time.
It's true, though.
It sounds like it's true. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. It just feels wrong because it was interesting. All right? It was very interesting.
You mean you never mix your cereal up,
is that we're going to be starting the race. I do. I 100% do. I'm not going to lie to myself. And it is the best. It's the best feeling when you mix it up. It's great. So we're going to be starting the race here any moment now, guys. This is race number 3 for Group 1, their final race of the day. Their final race of the day. I'll let you take this one, Cyberfox, and we'll get going. Ricky Ticky having a moment.
Ricky Ticky's well excited for this. Shout out to Splen with the double dogs. Looks like we got 30-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Can I do it? 2, 1, and go! And not quite as good as you, Croncy, I'm afraid, with the delay.
That was good. Hey, from my perspective, that was fantastic. That was great.
Ninjetti coming slowly behind. Oh, very close overtake. Just near Ninjetti, just overtaking Ricky Tiki. Ricky Tiki taking it very easy. Ninjetti doing a pitch turn, losing control, rolling it upside down and around. Is he still on the track? He's just pulling it underneath. Neojet is a little bit more composed, and yet he's just behind Ninjetti. Ninjetti is pushing it.
Yeah.
Ricky Tiki taking that drifter's paradigm, taking that drifter's sort of approach again. Neojet drifting around, whereas Ninjetti is really gutting it. We've got Ninjetti in the lead. Neojet a close second, and Ricky Tiki taking up the third spot. And we're going up stairway, up to heaven, pulling back on the throttle, shoving it down. Oh, he's nearly
bit unfortunate for
just
Neojet
got it over there.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the come down there. No, I want to point out though, specifically on the second turn that we had very, very much earlier, just an absolute masterful overtake from Ninjetti, as Neojet was much, much further ahead. And then since then, Neojet has not been able to catch up. Obviously, that attack there at Heaven did not go well for them either, as Ninjetti is going to be the first one across the finish line there with 1 minute and 9 seconds. 2 seconds behind is Neojet.
Yeah, Neojet's taking in quite a lot of speed through this corner, really pushing those main thrusters. Ninjetti rolling to keep control, and Neojet just cutting over and under the canyon, really cutting close to those rocks. These two are really hot on it. Ninjetti cutting right through to the checkpoint corner as well. These two are showing a masterclass of how to race these Auroras. And for those of you who don't know, say, you know, I want to race fast, I want to race in a Razor, I want to race in an M50. Just look how fast these Auroras are going, really showing exactly what these ships can do. Ninjetti up, going up to Heaven, pulling down and going back down to the slalom. Neojet following very close behind. Ninjetti just missing that crane. Neojet rolling to try and control. Neojet's just lost control. He has to go back to the check.
Missed checkpoint. Yeah, missed checkpoint and missed checkpoint at Heaven there for Neojet. Had to go back and redo it, but Ninjetti just textbook over that checkpoint. It was just so smooth. And they've already crossed the finish line once again for lap number 2, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Neojet way behind. Ricky Tiki coming up to Heaven now. There is possibly going to be a case in lap number 3 of Ricky Tiki maybe gaining some distance on Neojet and pulling further towards second. But Ninjetti is just so far ahead now.
Yeah, Neojet just coming through this third lap, final lap now, so just through the checkpoint. Whereas Ninjetti's just tearing it up. I think Ninjetti should just take it easy a little bit now. Use that leadership economy, as Splen says. Action camera's down again. Action camera can't keep up with this track. This is so exciting. Ninjetti rolling, pulling tight, pulling thrust up, pitching up. Got to make sure that he avoids the crane, avoids the floor, pulling through the slalom. I think Ninjetti's on the final few turns before he gets round to the final checkpoint. Taking it easy now. And rolling it for the final checkpoint and through to the finish line. So Ninjetti finishing in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 1 minute 4 for that lap. And yeah, going to be a little while before Neojet crosses that finish line as well. Ricky Tiki hopefully can just keep the points on the board, keep it sensible, although he's taking it very, very close as well, trying to make up some of that time. I think Ricky Tiki is just like drifting through, doing that flip and burn like on the Expanse. Neojet's taking a little bit easier now. He's taking the checkpoints a lot wider, I can see. Which is good for him, and finishing the race 1 minute 11 for that final lap. Ricky Tiki coming up to Heaven, going vertical, pointing his nose straight down to the floor and getting ready for the slalom. And now it's all about just a little bit of control. He's just got to ease it through. It's not easy as well. What Ricky Tiki is doing is not easy. How do you think this is going, Croncy? How do you think it's gone?
I'm just amazed at how insanely consistent Ninjetti was at Heaven for every single one of those laps. So consistent, so smooth. Maybe get a little bit better on the final one, but they were so far ahead that it didn't really matter at that point. And that really is where Neojet, in both the first lap and the second lap, lost most of their time. The first lap, they just kind of missed the turning point for it, and then the second one, obviously, they missed the checkpoint altogether. So it was absolutely crazy to see. But yeah, that is going to be Ninjetti at first place for that lap. Neojet for that race, sorry. Neojet second place for that race, and Ricky Tiki in third for that race, which is going to give a solid amount of points. It looks like Ninjetti is going to end up with 11 points today, Neojet with 9, and Ricky Tiki with 7. and I think we're going to throw it to our analysts and let them tell us everything that we might have missed. Let you guys know exactly what we just saw for the awesome first 3 races of the day.
All right, we're back here with Tint and Jacketin, who's going to be analyzing. But man, these were some pretty intense racing. Love watching it. Honestly, Yardar Valley delivered. But we'll talk about that. Let's kick things off with the Snake Pit right now. And, you know, Jacketin, you weren't here last week. We're going to start things off with you. But how did you feel Snake Pit went here for, for group number 1?
Honestly, I don't think we could have started any better. It's the whole race was super, super close, ending with literally half a second in between the two. Really, I think what it really boiled down to was the boost differences. NeoJet was very consistent with the boost, always had it when they needed it, whereas Ninjetti felt kind of short, and the second lap was empty for the first half. Was keeping it on the red line and draining it. So once Ninjetti let the boost recharge a little bit and was able to use it back up, we did see that gap come down again. So yeah, first race was super, super close and really just came down to boost because their lines were super consistent. We saw them side by side the whole time. It was really, really good. I will point out as well the field of view difference, the FOV difference between Ninjetti and Neo might have helped Neo a little bit better because you could see more on the sides, which might have let him calculate a bit more of the turns and keep an eye out on Ninjetti. So yeah, and then Ricky chose to go with the drifting kind of pattern throughout the whole series, not just Snake Pit, which really allowed him to stay smooth, maintain altitude, take the turns nice and clean with the mains. Yep, really, really nice racing.
Yeah, just to mention, you talked about those seconds right there. The best lap for NeoJet was 4.6.9, and then for Ninjetti was 4.7.1. So there's a couple milliseconds in between. But according to the finish time, they were about 3 seconds apart. But yeah, I totally agree. There was some very, very good racing in the Snake Pit today for this group number 1. Tent, throwing it over to you. How do you feel about the Snake Pit, going into this first group?
I think, it's easy to look at Ninjetti's boosting and say that it was suboptimal, but I think really what it is it's a style difference where Ninjetti I saw pushing the boost more directly in the corners, using it to really lock down control over the Aurora and make sure that he wasn't going anywhere he didn't want to go. Whereas we saw NeoJet with his much more aggressive sort of typical flying style, boosting out of corners, which is, absolutely in a, time trial textbook sort of way, absolutely the thing to do. But I think especially through the rest of the series, we saw that choice play out a little bit better for Ninjetti.
Yeah, seeing the different styles of racing, especially like the drifting, to see how Ninjetti and NeoJet they're using more of their ship roll. They're using that the tip of the ship to know exactly where the next turn is. I feel like has been. Is there any difference? Do you feel like both ways of racing are more effective, or do you feel like the optimal racing is how Ninjetti is doing it compared to let's say Ricky Tikki? And I'll shoot that question right back to you, Tint, and then Jacket, and you can go right after.
I think it's ship dependent, and for the Aurora specifically, I do expect pitch and roll to be a lot more optimal. The Aurora does actually have a surprisingly nice aero profile where the wings will give you a lot of push around corners if you let them. And so leveraging that is absolutely the way to go. Now, the difference there really is that when you're keeping everything in yaw, the response from the ship is super consistent. Whereas on Snake Pit, especially, the speed affects how much those wings are pushing you through. So the drifting flight style, you're going to hit the boost the same way every time. You're going to hit the throttle the same way every time. Whereas you have to adjust a little bit more with the pitch and roll.
Very good point there. So adjustment on boost is definitely important for that one. Jacketin, same question to you.
Yeah, pretty much hit the nail on the head, right? I think very ship dependent. You basically, before you decide on which technique you should use, try them both. If the ship reacts well to pitch, then that's generally going to be the faster flight style. Because if you can get up to speed to generate that lift, you will be able to take turns much sharper. Obviously, the boost will help you as well, as Tin said, whereas with the drifting style, it's very much using your mains. But it also depends on on whether the ship is able to yaw effectively, especially in atmosphere, right? Snakepit and Yadar, with the thinner atmosphere, you don't get that much kickback when you try to yaw. But when you go into atmosphere, some ships really don't like it, right? But the Aurora has a nice middle ground in both, where you could do both effectively, but it will still be slightly faster with the pitch and roll.
Got it. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump right into our second race. Is going to be the skyscraper, and we got we saw NeoJet. So before I jump into skyscraper, if you DNF in lap number 1, there are 0 points gained. So that makes it to where once you crash, there's no respawn. That makes it, again, like I said last, for Gravity Rush round 1, is that it makes it a little bit riskier. So are these racers going to take the risk and DNF, or they're going to play a little bit safe because they know that those points are on the line? But I mean, even though we saw, I believe it was a NeoJet. I think he exploded in skyscraper. I think he was still able to land a couple points because he was in lap number 2. But that left Ninjetti and a Ricky Tiki to maximize those points, especially now that they were even. But there's definitely some lead changes happening there. So, but throwing it right back to you, Jacket, and skyscraper. Tell us how that went down.
Yeah. To be honest, NeoJet was going absolutely crazy. His aggressive flying style really went hand in hand with the way this track works. Flew beautifully. Unfortunately, he did end up crashing in lap 2, as we said. It was, and once again, similar to what we were discussing in the beginning of the event, is that the skyscraper, if you don't use the full width of the track, you can end up scraping those panels, and it's exactly what ended up happening. Unfortunately, we did see that from Ninjetti's point of view at the time of the stream. But Ninjetti noticed that they kind of slowed down the aggression this time around. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that too, but I did feel like he did not push into NeoJet as hard as on Snakepit, and it might have actually been the reason that he got that little bump at one point within the first lap. Did manage to recover, though. The Aurora can take that slight bit of a tap, so that worked out in his favor, and kept close enough to NeoJet that once that accident happened, did manage to take up the lead, though.
Yep. No, very good points. And man, those were some tight turns. If you saw the replays there, man, those checkpoints are very slim, especially if you're going very, very fast. So that's why those wide turns are so important, to kind of, move into those checkpoints. But Tint, your thoughts on skyscraper here for race number 2 around for Group 1?
I mean, I think don't sell Ninjetti short on this one at all. We saw the lap that NeoJet did get in came in at 1:09. Whereas Ninjetti's fastest lap was at a 1:04, and that's a bigger difference than just that getting off the start line run up. That's Ninjetti bringing some real heat to the competition. I'd love to see what NeoJet's time trial pace was on this one, but I think in particular, skyscraper with those super tight gaps, a slightly more controlled, slightly more restrained flying style where you're keeping more thrust control in the corners lets you hold more speed through those tight checkpoints, whereas NeoJet's going to be a little bit more inclined to panic brake if he thinks he's about to overshoot and hit an antenna.
No, that makes 100% total sense, and good call on the timing there. Ninjetti definitely that's a huge 5 seconds. Now jumping into Yadar Valley. Sorry guys, and I know y'all about to freak out on me say it properly, but Yadar Valley, great Ninjetti, definitely once again 104 best lap on that one, and then you had a NeoJet right above that, lost a little bit of control during the map. And his best lap was 1:11, so there was definitely a gap there. But Tint, throwing it back to you, Yadar Valley, how did that go for this group number 1?
I mean, I think I kind of called it. It came down to restraint. We saw Ninjetti taking a much tighter, more clinical approach. He was pre-rolling. He was getting ready for those turns before they ever came up. And so, he was coming through heaven every time, already upside down, within a meter of the bar. And we saw the same approach in every corner on the track, taking that super tight corkscrew. Whereas NeoJet's flying style was, again, that more aggressive, boisterous flying style that we love him for. but it caused him to be sliding out and to be losing time, and ultimately, I would suspect missing the checkpoint that he did miss.
Yep. Yep. No, very good points there, and good point on the upside down, because we just saw it there on the replays. He's already taking that, preemptive turns, already know what to do. So, Jacketin, what are your thoughts here for Yardar Valley Group number 1?
Yeah, I mean, this was fantastic flying from Ninjetti. This is the Ninjetti I know. I mean, I'm definitely not selling him short on the other 2 tracks, but on this one, 100% it deserved the win. As Tin said, the flight style that Ninjetti has here, he definitely used the bottom part of the ship as an aero brake. You could see him pre-turning, so he could slow down with the aero profile, not with the thrusters, which really helped him maintain speed. And you could see that, for example, in fresh air, when he exits, he takes it a little bit of a wider exit, but he does maintain that speed. But then controls it into the climb to heaven and manages to get a nice tight line back down into the drop. Something that, unfortunately, as Tint also mentioned, that Neojet, with that aggressive flight style, did end up kind of overshooting some of the times and did slow him down. But I think at one point he kind of accepted the better a second place than a DNF, right? So we did kind of settle down the pace on that last lap, which is very smart, because I think at the end of the day, you want to finish the race, right? So, but yeah, Ninjetti, fantastic flying, good boost usage, good lines, good technique, can't complain. And Ricky maintaining that smooth drift style throughout the
Drift,
3
yeah.
laps, managed to bring it home in all 3 laps. So scoring those points for himself. So good show here.
No, yeah, that's Ricky Ticky there. We don't talk. I feel like we ourselves on his own talk enough about him, but did come in, finishing most of the races today, which is very, very good. But let's take a look at our results here for group number 1 here in Gravity Rush round number 2. It looks like we have kind of a little bit of a lead change here. We got points has not been updated. It looks like, but I do have the updated points here. We have I believe we have for round number 2, you have Ninjetti with 11 points. You have Neojet with 9 points, and then you got Ricky Ticky with 7. I believe those are supposed to add up, so we'll make sure we get that updated for the next one. But we got our fastest laps as well. As you can see here for the Snake Pit, I believe for Neojet, he was the fastest lap for Snake Pit at 46 seconds. And then you have here for the fastest lap on the Skyscraper was Ninjetti in a 104, 1 minute 4 seconds. And then you had another 104 from Ninjetti on Yadar Valley. So very good racing from everybody. And then we're going to be jumping into group number 2, which is going to have Liquid Prime, Shaqnu, Nickel JG, and Samtastic taking on the Snake Pit, Skyscraper, and of course, Yardar Valley. So very excited for this one. I know we already talked a bit about Group 2, but do you guys change any of your possibilities now that you see Group 1, or are you guys sticking both with what you already talked about Group 2?
Didn't take it away.
I think, my money is still on Liquid, but it's definitely good to see that more controlled clinical flight style plays really well on these tracks as we expected. And so it is going to be sort of Liquid and Shaqnu are both racers that I think are very capable of that. And so it really is, I think, just going to come down to which of the two of them can pull it off better today. Where before we were seeing more of a style versus style, this is going to be 2 racers in the same vein.
Yep. I'm not gonna lie.
Any last thoughts there? Yep. Go for it, Jekyll.
I'm kind of worried about a turn 1 collision between Liquid and Shaqnu. I know that both of them like to get really aggressive off the line, and both of them have had tons and tons of practice. I mean, I know Liquid very well, obviously being both from the Sanguis Luna team, so I know that he puts in his time and definitely deserves that top spot here. But Shaqnu is Shaqnu, so you can't count him out. But we did see a turn 1 touch in the first group between Shaqnu and Liquid, which did end up causing Liquid the DNF. So I am not counting that out that it might happen again. So it's either Snake Pit on Yadar. I feel that might happen. So.
All right, well, here we go. Let's shoot it back over to our casters, Croncy and Cyberfox, to go here for group number 2. Race is about to begin, guys. We'll be back soon.
Hello again, Cyberfox. Did you enjoy your little couple minutes break?
Yeah, that was great. It's great to hear from the real pros, the analysts as well. I love just having that extra insight after the race, because following it, every corner to corner, checkpoint to checkpoint, you kind of miss a few things. So I just love the fact that we get to fill in our knowledge and real get an understanding of what actually happened as well. See those replays, see the excitement again before we get to round number 2. How do you feel about round number 2 with Liquid, Nickel, JG, Samtastic, and Shaqnu?
Well, it's a good point. We're moving away from the EU, heading over to the US servers now with a couple of different people. This one should be quite interesting. I am a big fan of Shaqnu. It's hard to not be a big fan of Shaqnu when you see his time trial times. And we've got, I believe we do not have Nickel today. As my understanding is that we've just got Liquid Shaqnu, Liquid Prime, Shaqnu, and Samtastic. So this will be a lot of good fun. After seeing the results of the first week, remember I was unfortunately not able to attend, but after seeing the results of the first week, I'm really interested to see if people can catch up to Shaqnu. Shaqnu is just way ahead of this group at the moment. So that's most of what I'm looking at. See, can we get Liquid Prime to push Shaqnu a little bit further down? Same with Samtastic. You know, we'll find out. But if the last round that we just watched was anything to go by, this could be the closest race of the whole round.
Yeah, and it's funny as well, because I asked the racers a little bit about their pre-race rituals, and Shaqnu likes to have on race day no practice, no fly in-game. He just gets a good night's sleep, eats a healthy breakfast. You know how I like my breakfast. He goes for walks, maybe lifts some weights at the gyms, and make sure that he doesn't feel like he has too much energy, so he's in a relaxed state. So this is Shaqnu feeling relaxed. He likes to push himself, whereas Samtastic is more about lacing up and getting into his race shoes and just making sure that he doesn't crumble under the pressure. So I think there's a little bit of difference between the flying styles as well as the approaches in the races, practice ready for this race as well.
Yeah, I do like hearing about the races, like daily preparation for the day of preparation, rather. These kind of races, I knew back when I used to compete, it was all about trying to sleep, and it was inevitably 30 minutes of sleep before I would then start shaking when I got onto the grid. So hopefully none of our races are doing that. But the countdown's about to start. I'll grab this one, and then yes, I'll grab this one. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, they're off. That was a fantastic countdown. Oh my gosh, you nailed it again. Shaqnu looks like he's taking the lead with Liquid very, very close behind. I can't actually tell who's ahead. They're so close. I think it's Shaqnu's second. Sorry, Liquid's first.
No, Samtastic was first, but Liquid Prime just
quick overtake. Oh my gosh, yeah, some really close flying here. I think they're just battling out, all three of them. Samtastic taking up third place now. You can see in his camera just following the two close behind. Samtastic not drifting this time, going for a roll and pitch flying style. Oh no, and switching to a drift in this one as well. And another action camera being taken out. Gosh, it's all going on in this race. But Liquid Prime is really pushing it for the first lap. 46 seconds close. Literally less than half a second between them.
0.4 of a second between Shaqnu and Liquid Prime. Very interesting there. Samtastic was leading the race for about the first 5 turns, but then Shaqnu and Liquid Prime absolutely slamming it through right on top of each other for the rest of that race. And you can see the Samtastic has fallen back quite a bit now. So Liquid Prime and Shaqnu still fighting for it at the moment. You can see here from Liquid Prime's perspective, you can see Shaqnu just ahead. They are right on top of each other as they come through this turn. Shaqnu very wide there as they come out, but still able to hold on to it, losing a little bit of distance. We'll see if it matters much here. As they just crisscrossing across each other.
Jackaden was saying, yeah, exactly. They're crisscrossing, and as Jackaden was saying, like if they make it through this race, because they're trying to do the time trial line, right? So it's really fortunate because you're pitch turning, you can't see what's below you. You got the aero profile of the ship trying to pull you up, pull you forwards, but yeah, you can't actually see. Oh, there's a little bit of a collision, exactly as I was saying. You can't see. The corners are blind.
Notably, last lap, Shaqnu and Liquid Prime, 0.25 of a second between each other when they came across the finish line. Still right on top of each other right now in lap number 3 as they come through. Who is going to take this one? I have no idea. It's been really, really close between these two races. Samtastic keeping it very, very smooth behind, just making sure that they can get their points in. We're going to be coming around the finish line right now. It looks like Shaqnu is going to take this one, but barely. And there we go, 44 seconds, 0.331 for Shaqnu there. That bump may have done a little bit more than it led on to, and Liquid Prime is going to come in second. Well done, competitors. That was entertaining.
That was a fantastic race. And yeah, you can never know how you're going to come out of a collision, really. So it is kind of a bit sporadic, a bit random. Really pleased to see Samtastic trying some different flying styles here. So pushing himself, taking a different approach to what he did to round 1. Really impressive flying to see. And had they collided, had they DNF'd together, then Samtastic would have taken the win. So it's all to win, all to fly for, really, here in this race, actually, especially because of how close Liquid and Shaqnu were racing. It could be that in the second track, in the second race, that we have another collision between any two racers, and then it's just the person that survives might take the win.
Yeah, for sure. Which, I mean, it'd be unfortunate for the races. Be great for some entertainment. Now, I want to point out one thing there. So the best lap that we had there for Shaqnu was 44 seconds, 0.331. In Group 1, a little bit earlier, best lap was from Neojet with a 46 seconds, 0.93, which I just like pointing out because it is so awesome to see that across the groups, we have these races still so close together in terms of their best performances. So awesome to see there. Now, we are once again going to be moving over to the skyscraper again. My question is, will we see a collision again?
I mean, it's kind of inevitable, I think, at some point. It's a wide track. It's a lot of open air. So there's a lot of space and room to be able to breathe. But yeah, those mail slots are really going to push all the races together, regardless of what line they take. So I think with this track, it's going to be just as close as what we've just seen. How do you feel about what you just saw compared to the skyscraper? So obviously the snake pit is a lot closer. It's more of like a street track between the canyons, whereas skyscraper is a little bit more open. Do you think we'll see a difference?
I'm certain we'll see a difference. I just don't know. For me, I just don't know enough about how Liquid Prime races. This is more educational for me to sort of understand some of these other races that I myself have not gotten to know in the past. Shaqnu, I'm sure, is going to... I'm sure has had the practice with this track in recent memory in order to get this through. So I don't know what I am concerned about, and kind of once again, it's just a thing that this track has, is it can be a little bit difficult when you're going through the mail slots to get a good understanding of where other races may be if you're right on top of them. So there's a world, if they're right on top of each other again, like they just were, there's a world where there's an actual increased chance of collision here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's that visibility of the RSI ships, of the FOV, of the turning style, of the roll and pitch that they're doing as well. So I suppose the disadvantage of trying to go for the fastest time means that you're taking more of a risk, right? Whereas if you're flying a little bit more sideways, a little bit more open, you're a little bit more safe. Again, still finishing the race, which is fantastic. But I do feel like the Auroras are going fast. You know, they're slated as a beginner racing ship, but my gosh, I can't push an Aurora that fast. It's a real showcase of skill what we're seeing here. They're really pushing the ships to the limits.
Yeah, it's been cool to see. It's a nice little it's turned into a really nice racing class for today so far. You know, we're 4 races in, and it's felt appropriately quick each time. Sometimes too fast in some opinions. So we're gonna get all these races set up on the grid for race number 2 in round number 2 of group number 2, US. With Shaqnu, Liquid Prime, and Samtastic. If you missed the first race of this round, we had Shaqnu take first place, Liquid Prime take second, and Samtastic take third.
Funnily enough, all three racers, when I spoke to them, their preference for their favorite racing ship is the Razor, and it's no surprise that they're doing so well because the Aurora flies very similarly to the Razor. It's got a very similar race and aero profile. It'd be different, obviously, in Zero G, but the aero profile, the fact that you have to use the main thrusters and cut and turn, shows that it shows their preference for the Razor, right? Because they're comfortable with it, and I think all three racers here are very comfortable with the ship that they're in.
Yep, for sure.
I think the countdown as well. Can see it. It needs to be you the countdown the whole time, every single time.
No. You just need to get used to it. All right? We've got a weird system for our countdown for us, and you get used to it and you get good at it. You just gotta jam it, and that countdown should hopefully be coming soon. If you are at home, let us know who you think is going to take race number 2. Is it going to be Shackney, Liquid Prime, or Samtastic? I'm hoping we get to see another really cool close fight between two of our racers. Hopefully Samtastic. I mean, like in that first race, Samtastic absolutely floored it out the gates. Hopefully we see once again, a little bit of a bash here and there. More and more competition makes for great viewing opportunities for our viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. And this track is a classic track. Obviously, there's lots of twists and turns through the many tall buildings of Area 18, but it's a real nice scenic track to race, I think. With a 30 seconds countdown timer, we've just got a notice before they start.
Damn, I love Arena Commander. All right, I'll call it 3, 2, 1, go!
Nailed it.
All right. I didn't know who was doing it. I got caught off guard. But neither did our competitors get caught off guard. We are on our way.
Oh, and he's taking the corner a little bit slower. So who have we got? We got Liquid Prime, pitch and rolling behind Shackney. I think Shackney might be in the lead. Samtastic must be very close to Liquid. Liquid taking a little bit of extra distance. Taking it wide, though, you can see them going past these arrow markers before getting to the checkpoint. So real good discipline here. Moving that target velocity indicator onto the center of the thrust as well. So they're very much in control of the direction of their ship. Got to boost through the corners. You can see a little bit of redding out just to make sure that they can stay on target and stay on track. Samtastic also doing the roll and pitch turn as well. 1.635 seconds distance between the two, so a little bit of a gap in this one, and the action camera showing that as well. They're quite spread out.
Yeah, Liquid Prime, what 1.6 seconds or so just behind Shackney. Samtastic about 5-6 seconds behind Liquid Prime, so a little bit of distance there for Samtastic to make up here, but also may just want to get some points on the board at this rate. So we'll see if Liquid Prime can make a bit of a dent here on Shackney. That whole first lap, it felt like Shackney was just able to consistently stay roughly 300 to 400 meters ahead of Liquid. And now we might be seeing maybe a bit of a slowdown.
Yeah, and we saw Liquid just checking his rearview mirror there as well, just making sure he's got space. I think he knows the position he's in. He's still redding out a little bit though, but I think he's going to take it a little bit easier, a little bit more comfortably, knowing that he's got a little bit of a head start. 2 minutes and 2 seconds in total for that as well, with Shackney quite a distance behind.
Yeah, sorry, this might just be... Did I miss something where Shackney lost most of his time? Did we get a checkpoint miss?
Something has gone wrong, yeah, because Samtastic... Well, for Shackney it's gone wrong, because Samtastic has taken over now. Yeah, I also didn't see that as well. There's so much been going on. We might have to check the analyst desk for the replay for that. It'd be great if we can capture that moment. But yeah, the spread is so wide, it's very hard to see.
there is a lot going on for those at home. So do make sure that you listen to the analysts after we go through these 3 races. As you can see, yeah, whatever happened there with Shaknu with what seems like a missed checkpoint, Samtastic has been able to push into 2nd place. So Liquid Prime likely going to take this one in race number 2, followed by Samtastic and Shaknu, barring any more issues.
And if we punch into Shaknu's first-person view, we might be able to catch a glimpse of Samtastic. They are right behind each other, and it'd be hard to see which angle they take the corner at. I'm looking around. I think Samtastic is to the right, slightly behind. Has he overtaken again? I can't tell. They are so close together, though.
Come across the finish line in just a moment. That is going to be Shaknu, 59.93 seconds on lap number 3. And Samtastic, 1 minute, 7 seconds. So there you go. So Shaknu was able to get back past Samtastic after the issue in the 2nd lap and able to bring back 2nd place. But that issue costing them 1st place. So Liquid Prime's going to take that one pretty handedly after 2nd lap.
It's interesting as well because we punched into Shaknu's view there just as he was behind Samtastic and then just lost him in the field of view. And you could see those like little arrow markers pointing out where the nearest ship was. So you knew he was close. You knew they were right beside each other. And with Shaknu in the MR and Samtastic in the MR, it is really all about the individual flying style, how they use the boost, how they approach the corners, how they, turn if they're drifting or pitch rolling. And so Shaknu just managed to make up the distance that he lost there. Really impressive flying by all 3 racers, despite the distance between them. It shows that they're able to manage those moments where things don't go exactly as planned.
Yep, and hopefully things go very as planned as we head over to Yadar Valley for race number 3, round number 2, group number 2, where we have Liquid Prime, Shaknu, and Samtastic. We're back to my favorite racetrack on Arena Commander. No more skyscrapers, it's all refineries for us.
So Yadar Valley, again, quite low gravity, quite thin atmosphere. And so you've got to use your main thrusters to compensate for the sharp turns. The Aurora's got some fairly decent boosters, fairly decent like verts and lats. So you can adjust as you're going around a corner as well, especially at these slower speeds. I think the Aurora boosted is about 440 to 450 meters per second, but unboosted is 220 to 225. So the boost literally doubles the velocity of the ship. I say speed, it's velocity when it comes to spaceships, of course, which is much slower than the Razor and the M50 and the snub ships. So the fact that it's got a nice aero profile, the fact that it's got fairly strong thrusters means that you can adjust your flying style as you go around a corner. You can make those micro adjustments, whereas more of an aggressive race ship, you've got less of a chance to correct something if it goes wrong. So I'm looking forward to seeing a head-to-head battle on Yadar Valley between all 3 racers, making sure that they stay close together, making sure that they check their lines, making sure that they're aware of the spacing as well. I think it's going to be a real showcase of what these racers can do.
Definitely. I'm very excited to see how these races tackle Heaven. That was sort of the deciding factor of our last group as we headed over here, as we saw the difference between Ninjetti and Neojet tackling that obstacle that can make a lot of difference between different races. So it's going to be a couple of minutes before we get this one going as we set up the grid. So let us know so far what has been everyone's favorite moments of today. We're a couple of races in. We're 5 races in already, which is kind of wild. We're only an hour and 40 into the broadcast. So I'd love to see that. And we've had some absolutely fantastic racing so far. Huge fan of that first race we saw of this group between Shaknu and Liquid Prime, and just how close together they were on Snakebit. But yeah, let us know if you are watching at home, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, wherever. Let us know what your favorite moment's been so far.
I also want to know what everybody's favorite ship is, because the Aurora is like the starter ship, right? I started with a cutter because I joined when the cutter was sort of designed and made, and slightly regretted not getting a Titan. And I've stuck with my cutter throughout the game. But the Aurora is like, again, Starship, but they're doing RSI ships at the moment. They're updating them, so it'd be interesting to see. We've just got the Meteor. It'd be really cool to see if they did a rework of some of the other RSI ships. I'd love to see the cockpit struts. Get rid of them. Like the Zeus cockpit is beautiful. Imagine an Aurora with the Zeus cockpit and like those really nice long slates of glass. It'd be fantastic for racing. It's such a perfect ship for it as well. Maybe we could see an Aurora racing version. That would be great.
Yeah, it'd be very, very cool to see. All right, we've got 30 seconds on the countdown. So I'm going to let you do this one, Cyberfox. And my recommendation is you'll wait about 2 seconds and then you get going. You're going to smash it. All right? We're all believing in you. Off you go.
I'm going to give it a go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off, and I nearly got it right. That was pretty spot on from my part. Anyway, they're coming in really, really quick to Drifter's hideout. Going sideways, Samtastic is already DNF'd. I mean, we called it. It is a tricky track to keep control of your velocity going through that first corner. So it's just Shaknu and Liquid Prime. It looks like Liquid's in the lead. Am I right in saying that? I think he is.
You are right on top of each other, and there we go. Shaknu now in the lead.
Shaknu's just taking over.
They are just battling for it. Here we go. We're going to approach Heaven. Whoever hits this one best is probably going to be in our lead afterwards. Very, very high there for Liquid Prime. Looks like Shaknu comes out slightly ahead. So we are still right on top of each other, and we probably will be until we get to the next large turn after the finish line. So a little bit slow there for Liquid Prime. Shaknu just inching out some distance here. This is great. Right on top of each other as we come into lap number 2.
Yeah, and Liquid's just running out of his boost coming out, so he's going to find this corner really difficult to manage. He's got to get his main thrusters on, and he just about caught the boost to catch that corner. That was really, really tight boost management there. I love this view as well, seeing Liquid Prime chasing down Shaknu, cutting through the flag of the checkpoints as well, really cutting it as tight as possible, pre-turning, overturning, and just staying on that leader as well. 0% boost, charging it back up, pulling up stairway, going up to Heaven, and pulling down towards the floor. Just absolutely fantastic flying by both these racers.
It felt like Liquid Prime had a really, really good, the first 30 seconds of that lap there as they started to get back on Shaknu's tail. But the second that they got to that 180 turn, Shaknu just took it that little bit better, that little bit tighter, and was able to get out of it a little bit faster, and is now made that lead a little bit harder to catch up on. So we'll see if Liquid Prime can do the exact same thing here, bring it back in that first 30 seconds. A tight turn here into this next right turn should do it.
And he's just taking a tumble.
Unfortunate for Liquid Prime there as we crash into the top of the refinery, and a explosion there, which is unfortunately going to mean that they're not going to get their chance to bring it back here to Shaknu. Shaknu is going to finish this lap. So that will be a DNF, but I believe as we finish the first lap, there will be see some points rewarded. But it's just unfortunate. I mean, really, Liquid Prime did have to just risk it all there to try to get ahead, right? That was your option. You've already done your first lap. You're going to receive some points. Just go for it. Try to maximize it as much as you can. And on that one turn, that one little clip, unfortunately doesn't get there. So Shaknu, here we go. As we get through the last checkpoint into the finish line, will be our winner for race number 3. Absolutely insane. A best lap time there for Shaknu of 56.28 seconds.
What a fantastic race. That is exactly as what I was expecting as well. The close racing, the boost management going around the corners. Liquid was just on the red line for his boost throughout the entire race as well. So almost didn't have boost when he needed it to get round Drifter's hideout as well. So really exciting to see.
Absolutely fantastic. All right, so that is it for group number 2. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk, see what they have to say about the last 3 races that we just saw, and also to tell us what the hell happened in round number 2.
Wow, that was the most exciting Yadar Valley. That was actually pretty good. So, but we have to. I know we have to cover, the earlier races. But man, that was intense and a lot of fun to watch. That last one, Liquid Prime did bring it. For round number 2. For Gravity Rush. So very excited. But let's kick things off with the Snake Pit here for group number 2. And I'm gonna kick it off to you, Tin. Let's start with you this time.
So, I mean, I want to shout out Samtastic because that entry in the first lap of Drifters was absolutely like flawless. And they call it Drifters Paradise for a reason, but it's really great to see that flight style shine. And the way that he nailed it had the energy of someone who has eaten it on that corner hundreds of times in preparation for this race. He knew exactly where he wanted to be. But that push in also cost him a lot of boost. That's the disadvantage of that high drift flying style, is he was burning a lot of boost to hold that line. And so we saw as soon as he came out of it, his competitors started to push away.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting there. And Samtastic did a great job on that one. But, still coming out there with, in, I believe, race number 1, still, taking that third place spot. But, still, I think Samtastic, I like you mentioned, kind of risking it and going right into it all. So, but I think this group had so much exciting racing overall that I was like jumping over here for no reason. But hopefully I didn't bother any of my people because I'm in a hotel room right now. But anyways, throwing it over to you, Jacketin, Snake Pit for Group 2, race number 1. How do you feel about it?
To be honest, I kind of have to follow up with Tint. I'm really impressed with Samtastic. In the first lap, it was literally a 3-way battle. They were just on each other the whole time. It was nice to see that coming from the last round where it was consistently like a drifting flying style. He kind of mixed it up in this one and really kept up to speed when using those pitch turns. But then as soon as they started kind of falling off, kind of went back to the roots and started drifting again to keep it nice and smooth and consistent, and was able to finish in those 3 races. But going on to the fight for the lead between Liquid and Shaknu, I mean, it was an amazing battle throughout the whole time. You could see both of them having really aggressive turns. The way they pitch into the turns, fully committed. I mean, in the last lap, I believe, when there was a tap, very, very similar to how it happened in last round's Snake Pit battle, where there was a slight tap coming in from Shaknu from behind. Liquid did get a bit of a wobble, but thankfully this time it wasn't a turn where he could recover and could secure that second place spot anyways. But in getting tapped like that, it did kind of lower his momentum, but Liquid just kept that commitment going, full send throughout the whole turns. Got a little bit too close to the wall on that last one for my liking, to be honest. But as a spectator, that's what makes it exciting. But managed to commit, trusted his instinct, knows the Aurora, can control it very well, and did a phenomenal race.
Yeah, in Shaknu taking that first place spot, he actually finished at 2:16, and about just a little bit over a second and a quarter, or a second and 2/3 of the race was Liquid Prime right behind them, and there's not even under, like, I think it's like 0.7 milliseconds, where the best lap was 44.3. And then, or a little bit over a millisecond, and then 45.6. So you can tell they were very, very close together in that Snake Pit. So, but hey, Jacketin, right back to you, Skyscraper. How do you feel about this one for group number 2 here in Gravity Rush for Skyscraper?
Yeah. Well, to be completely honest, Shaknu and Liquid, in my opinion, were almost identical the way they were flying. Even their boost management was really, really good. Shaknu was taking turns slightly sharper, which was giving him that little bit of an edge going into some of the turns. But unfortunately, that ended up biting him, as he did end up missing a checkpoint in start finish. Now, for those who don't know, the start finish gate looks like a big box, but the actual the what's that called? Damn, the zone where it captures. If you yeah, the hitbox. Thank you. The the hitbox of the start finish gate is actually just a little bit behind the starting line. So Shaqnu ended up coming in too tight and missed that checkpoint, which ended up causing him the race. But his pace was still good enough that he was able to catch up to Sam and still get that second place just at the last corner, I believe.
Yeah, very good call out. And yes, that's definitely what happened there. And just to give some quick stats, but I believe Shaqnu had almost the fastest lap, but it was a 59.9, while you had Liquid Prime at a 59.3. So very, very close in those milliseconds for that for that fastest lap on Skyscraper. But Tint, your last thoughts on Skyscraper here for this group number 2.
I think this is one where we're seeing the specificity of the practice and the exact sort of arena in which the competition is taking place is a huge factor.
Yeah.
I mean, Shaqnu's been running a variation of this track for races with XGR and with the rest of the community for literal years now. I mean, this was, my first race in 2021 was on this track, or its predecessor, XGR Club. And so Shaqnu is having, I think, a little bit more trouble adapting to the very, very specific sort of way that some of these checkpoints have to be taken in Arena Commander. Whereas Liquid, as a newer racer, this is where he's known this track the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing it right now. From an XGR perspective, has Shaqnu been racing? How long has he been racing in XGR? Like 4 years, 3 years? Does anybody know like that from the top of their head, kind of?
I think 3 would be about accurate.
3? Okay. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, no, the reason why I ask is because I know some of these people take a break, but you can easily tell like how that muscle memory is kicking in. But I think this group has been the closest group racing so far, and I think like to go back to Samtastic a little bit, just man, keep pushing on that. On that practice, and I feel like he can definitely be there as well. But going to Yardar Valley here, I just want to talk about those turns in Yadar Valley are so scary, and to see that I believe it was Liquid Prime clip. I believe one of the edges of one of the, I think is it a crane or the gate, but like they go really very close into that corner edge. And I feel like some of them are going to end up clipping anyways. But right back to you, Tin. Yardar Valley here for group number 2. What are your thoughts there? Because this one was definitely an exciting one. And to see Liquid Prime and Shaqnu right there next to each other was definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, this was definitely, I mean, as we kind of called out at the the beginning there, this is them flying in very much the same style. It's a very technical, it's a very clinical approach to the track. They're both having to adapt their flying styles a little bit from what they would probably normally do on this track, because the Arena Commander rules for this track are very different than how it's frequently raced. Typically, racers are forced to stay down a little bit more in the canyon. And we saw in round 1, Nijetti taking a lot more advantage of that, taking a super high line over the beam after the first hairpin, whereas both Shaqnu and Liquid behind him were taking it super tight, and that did lead to that wing clip that we saw in the last lap when Liquid was pushing to keep up. And I think this is something that anybody who's getting into racing can probably take a huge lesson away from, which is that you always want to be racing, but you never want to be chasing. When you're pushing yourself outside of your lines, outside of your comfort zone, trying to catch up with somebody, you're more likely to take yourself out than you are to be able to capitalize on any mistake they make.
Very, very well said. Very, very well said. And look how tight they're taking these corners, and especially in the checkpoints themselves. And I love seeing that like side drift as they go into heaven there. So that was actually pretty cool looking at the replays. Jacketing, your thoughts on Yadar Valley here for group number 2, seeing this very, very close racing with Liquid Prime and Shaqnu here.
Yeah, this was it was an awesome race, and you could tell that Shaqnu is never really afraid of being chased. I mean, you could see from XGR's highlight videos that he's had several battles here with Splen. They go side by side, and wingtip to wingtip kind of thing. So this was pretty much a normal race for Shaqnu, but Liquid really keeping that pressure on. something to note, or at least that I noticed, was that Shaqnu and Liquid, albeit having a very, very similar flying style throughout the whole race, the way they take turn one was relatively or drastically different. Where Shaqnu was very much doing like Ninjetti, he was kind of flattening the ship and using aero brake whilst maintaining momentum. Whereas I noticed that Liquid was taking a 45-degree approach and then kind of whipping the ship around as soon as he gets to the crane, and then pushing with the mains to find that gap. And it worked beautifully for the first 2 laps. But unfortunately, I think on that 3rd lap, what happened is that he drifted too much and slowed down too much. That when he got on the mains, he just clipped that crane. So it was just a very, very tiny miscalculation, or just ended up losing more speed than he was expecting to. But it was beautiful flying style from both. Fantastic. Unfortunately, DNF'd immediately on the first turn. I think it was due to the grid position, stayed too far to the right, and then when he started this turn, kind of clipped the rear half of the Aurora and ended up colliding with the canyon wall. So unfortunate to see there, because Yadar kind of really works well if you have a drifty flying style. So it would have been nice to see the performance here, but there's Yadar coming back next time, so we get to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Samtastic definitely has, some time to come back, and I believe Nickel JG, just to mention him, I believe couldn't make it, but he will be back for round number 3. So, and so far, throughout the entire day, Group 1, Group 2, I just want to say shout out to you guys, all the racers that are showing up and putting such a fantastic show, man. Appreciate you guys. And if you guys are watching, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or on X, appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you guys so much. And make sure you're cheering out for that favorite racer, man, because believe it or not, a lot of people go watch these VODs back. And honestly, that support does go a long way to keep these racers going as fast as they can on the tracks. But let's jump right into the Group 2 results here that we have ready to go. Man, it's been a great day so far of racing. Loving it so far. But there we go. Shaqnu with a total of 23 points. Liquid Prime with 16. Samtastic with 11. And then there you go. Snake Pit for your fastest laps. You got 44 seconds, 44.331. For Shaqnu. Liquid Prime taking the fastest lap in Skyscraper with a 59.372. And then Yadar Valley, Shaqnu is back again with the fastest lap at 56.280. So some good racing today, but there's still more racing to come, ladies and gentlemen. And before we go into group number 3, let's take a look at what the racers are really competing for, because, hey, it's not a competition without some incredible prizing. So, just putting it out there here, ATMO Esports finally got our medals made for our events. So all of the winners, top 3, are going to get an incredible medal, some digital in-game prizes. They're going to get a race suit pack. They're going to get a full-on Monster Tech mounts, plus some flight sticks from VKB. They're going to get the winner, of course, is going to get a trophy and a championship jacket. And then second and third place prizes are going to get a Gravity Rush jersey, which, by the way, if you guys are watching, a lot of you guys have been asking us about our jerseys. They are finally almost completed and about ready to go live here shortly. But the biggest prize of all here that a lot of people may not know about is a LAN event invite to one of ATMO Esports LAN events, where we literally invite the racer out to compete in person, just like we did at Enter Atmosphere 2954 at CitizenCon last year. So very excited. So everybody watching, thank you guys so much for seriously supporting ATMO Esports and this year's Gravity Rush. And I hope we can get more people excited to race here in the Verse, whether it's in Arena Commander or in the PU. There's a lot of great, there's a lot of great resources out there, during the year that you can go racing. Jacqueline, talks about XGR, Division Racing. Ansia does some ship racing as well. So throughout the year, to get ready for Gravity Rush, take advantage of these other communities to get you ready, to get you spick and span for the big events here, and and rise to the top here. So, but any events coming up that you guys want to shout out that people can get involved into ship racing,
whether it's a U-tint or jacketing, that, you know, can get people hopefully some more practice for these bigger events.
Yeah, I mean, Anzia Racing has, of course, coming up in the fall, their second stage of the Crux Cup, where they'll be doing some Grand Prix style racing. And they've also got the Cargo Olympics for people who are into something a little bit maybe off the beaten track as far as racing goes. So I think those are going to be really fun to watch.
Awesome. Jacqueline, any updated news or any XGR divisions coming up that people can, you know, take that racing a little bit further and practice a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, XGR are planning their second divisions. They've already had their first, I believe, in May, and their second one is coming up, I believe, around the end of August. I don't think any official dates have been announced yet, those, but I think that was the planned time frame where they want to do, which is essentially, excuse me, essentially XGR's ranked racing, right, where you get placed in either an amateur or a pro grid, but you can work your way up to the pro grid ultimately. Scoring those maximum points, and at the end of the season, they will have a rating system where they can rank you within the XGR community. And yeah, as Anzia said, the second stage of Crux Cup, the Stellar Endurance Championship, I believe it's called, which is basically the tracks are about like 6 to 10 minutes long, so they're quite long tracks meant for like the high-end racer, but they still have an amateur division where it's a little bit more casual than their pro series. So yeah, look, if you're a pro racer, you have that to look forward to. If you're an amateur, you still have a division that you can participate in to get comfortable running those tracks. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our last two groups are about to be here underway. Group number 3, we got a group of 5, which I'm very excited for. We got Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Ordito, Shipko, and White Rice ready to take on the tracks here today. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Gravity Rush 2955 here today. Thank you guys so much, and continue to show some love to all the racers in chat, and we'll see you right back here very shortly. Peace.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, and welcome back to Gravity Rush 2955, round 2. Here we go. We're going to be kicking this off after our halftime, after we took a little break, get some water, refresh our voices here. We're going into group number 3. We got Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Ordito, Shipko, and White Rice. Really quick, as the races are getting ready, we're going to toss this over to you first, Jacqueline. Who is going to be your rising star here for group number 2, group number 3, round number 2?
Well, I mean, you know, having Ordito on the grid is kind of a tough one to beat. I mean, we saw him last time, kind of ran through the whole series. So I'm expecting the same thing to happen now. However, on that second place spot, probably a nice battle between Herbie and Canadian Maverick. I mean, both of them are quite experienced racers. Herbie is very well known to have that consistent, smooth flying approach, nice and safe. Banks on the guys ahead to make a mistake, and then just swoops in to take that podium position. Which I believe he'll probably be banking on that happening this time around too. So mine is on Herbie. So.
All right. Well, I mean, just to put it clear, after round 1, you got Ordito with 12 points, Herbie with 8. You got Canadian Maverick with 5. You have Shipko with 3. And then White Rice still here, still racing, not giving up, which I much appreciate. Is there with 0 points. I believe DNF and quite a bit of the other races. But, hey, man, I believe. So, Tint, who's your rising star here for group number 3, round number 2 here for Gravity Rush?
I want to see how Canadian handles a flat playing field. We saw him I mean, he had some troubles with staying in the race for the first batch, but he was pushing faster times than Herbie for races 1 and 2 last week. And I think with a level playing field without the ship differences, I'm expecting him to be pushing right up there with Herbie, and I'm expecting both of them to be making Ordito work for it.
Hey, always working for it is what we want to get some exciting races today. So anyways, Group 3 is going to go through the same courses. We're going to kick it off with the Snake Pit, Skyscraper, and then finishing off with Yadar Valley. So without further ado, here we go. Let's go ahead and send it over to Croncy and Cyberfox here for group number 3.
Well, hello again, Croncy. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm lovely. I'm excited for some more racing. Had a nice little break there. Was able to stretch my legs, get some water, and then I saw who was in group 3. And unfortunately, I've got 2 friends in here, and so now I'm really scared of what's going to happen to both of them. But this is our largest group of the day. 5 races in this group, so a lot more head-to-heads than we've had over today so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought up those exact 2 points, actually, because when I spoke to the racers before the event, asking them, you know, what initially drew you into racing in the verse, Herbie's answer was that he saw you practicing for S7, and it looked like fun. So that's what got Herbie into racing. So you are a true inspiration there, Croncy. Really nice to know.
I know. Anyway. It is very cool, and I am excited to see both Herbie and Canadian Maverick, 2 people that I've become rather close with in the StarCitizen community over the last few years, compete. But watching them compete against also a bunch of other really, really impressive racers, Ordito, Shipko, and White Rice, also in this group as well. Now, notably, because we did talk about this on our first round, not so much the last round, a little bit of a wider spread of Aurora choices here today. Do you want to speak on that?
Well, I think the Aurora choices, we've got LX, LN, LN, ES, and MR. So we've got like almost a full spread of all of them. 1, 2, 3, 5. Is that a full spread? Are there 4 or are there 5? I think there are just 4. So perfect spread. It's going to make it difficult for us to just keep track of what's going on with 5, 6 cameras on screen. But with the range of skill set as well, I mentioned before, this is White Rice's first official race, and shout out to him for just pushing through and just keep coming back, because this is what real racers cut their teeth on, right? It doesn't matter if you DNF, it matters if you just keep coming back, because everybody's had those moments where they've started a race, crashed out on lap 1, and then come back for the second race, and that's exactly what White Rice is doing here as well. Whereas at the other end of the spectrum, we've got ground racing veteran like Herbie and time trial veteran like Ordito. So it's going to be very interesting from a diverse racer perspective.
Yeah, it should be good fun. And notably, obviously, Canadian Maverick can't run the 350R. So, no idea how that's going to be working at all, honestly. We've got our countdown started, so we're going to get this one underway. Now, obviously, we do have a lot more cameras for this group than we have had in the past, so bear with us as we try to follow along. But if you see something that we don't, let us know in the chat. We'll have a look, as we've got 30 seconds before the countdown goes. Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Ordito, Shipko, and White Rice. We're going to be competing in 3 races, starting here at the Snake Pit, then we're going to be moving on to the Skyscraper, and then Yadar Valley.
It looks like we've got our 30 seconds. I'm not going to jump in to try and get the 10 seconds. I'll leave it to you, Croncy.
I got this. Wait, I'll get to the 5. What's that? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, they're off. Looks like Ordito's taking a very early lead, just pulling up, pitching up all the way around that corner. Very close passing as well.
Yeah, just an
zooming in on Shipko here.
Into that.
So Shipko looks like he's in 1, 2, 3, 4th place, just behind Herbie. We can see him in the cockpit view there as well, just a couple of checkpoints ahead. Taking it nice and easy, though. Shipko's got a very nice control, very composed, coming through a little bit of a 45 on that as well, whereas Audito is just gunning it. So got two different... He's already finished the first lap, 43 seconds. Herbie's taking a tumble, collided with one of the checkpoint posts, but he's going to carry on. It's not going to hurt him.
While we were in that view earlier, it looks like White Rice had a DNF on the first lap, which is very unfortunate, but there we go. We've got Canadian Maverick coming through for second place and Shipko for third. Herbie crossing the finish line for fourth place at the moment. So those are our top four as we go through, but Audito just zooming through.
Yeah, and he's given a real example of why the Aurora is the ship of choice, the ship de jour, for learning good habits. Learners tend to slam and crash into and then have to reset, especially in Arena Commander, but the Aurora allows you to correct. It doesn't have a wonky aero profile. As you can see, it's very, very smooth, and Audito cutting it fine between the geometry as well as the checkpoints, doing a bit of a dolphin dive there, nosing down and nosing up. A very, very clean racing style. He's well ahead of the pack by the looks of it. I don't know how many seconds are between him and Canadian Maverick, but I haven't seen them on... Yeah, it almost looks like he's coming up to a back marker, in fact. Canadian Maverick just crossing into lap 3 now. And yeah, Audito's coming up to a back marker. Is this Herbie that he's catching up to? Is he just overtaking Herbie?
I imagine, yeah. So as Audito finishes with a 41.9 seconds on that third lap, they overlap Herbie at the very end there. So just insanely fast there for Audito. They're going to take first place for race number 1 in their group. And now we're going to be watching Maverick, Shipko, and Herbie. Shipko and Herbie actually only a couple of seconds behind each other. There may be a little bit of a change here in lap.
Herbie's just coming up to Shipko now. He's just above him. There might be a little collision if they're not careful around this corner. I think Shipko's just to the left. Can we zoom in on Herbie? I think... Oh, no, Herbie's ahead now. I think Herbie's taking... Yes. Is he taking it? I can't tell.
Yes, Herbie is currently ahead of Shipko. Yeah, Herbie currently ahead of Shipko, although Herbie going into the grey as they come around at a time as they auto-correct themselves. Canadian Maverick does cross the finish line to come second there with a lap time of 55 seconds, 0.935. And Herbie is going to be our next one across the finish line here, barring any issues, it seems, as we come around now. Nice and smooth. And there we go. Herbie with a 101.643.
Yeah, you can see the damage profile on Herbie was very centralized, whereas the damage profile on Shipko is on the right-hand side of the ship. It looked like he was fighting it a little bit at the end there. I know you can lose parts of the Aurora and not affect the ship so much, but he's lost a wing, so it might have been a bit of a fight for Shipko, which is why he fell behind, perhaps.
It very well could be, but one thing is for certain, Audito with just on a different level, 41.9 seconds fastest lap, a full 14 seconds faster than our second place today, Canadian Maverick, with a 55.93. So big advantage there for Audito. I think today is going to be a fight for second place here. Though we did get to see some nice fighting there in between Herbie and Shipko. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see in sort of what perspective White Rice had that DNF. Although when we did reach the first corner, it did look like White Rice was quite wide out, and they may have sort of drifted themselves out into the way, which would have been unfortunate. But we're going to take this one over to Area 18 and the Skyscraper.
Yeah, and each of the racers are, of course, flying the flag for their own respective racing organizations as well. Audito part of Black Star Racing. They got some real strong contenders on their crib sheet. And Herbie, I think, is Sanguis Luna. Correct me if I'm wrong. Same as Jacadin. So got some real veterans, some real pros in the Sanguis Luna racing team. So good to see Herbie joining the ranks here and flying the flag for them. It's, of course, great for the community to have all these competing teams joining these events as well. I like a bit of variety. I like a bit of flavor in racing. I like it when you get lots of different talent, you get lots of different experience, and then you get the veterans teaching the new racers, of course, and bringing them up to speed. Yep. Like I said earlier, Jacadin doing those tutorials on his YouTube channel, making sure that people in the future will be ready to compete with him because like he said, he's learning the current flying style, but as soon as the flight profile changes in the game, he's going to have to relearn that. And so all of these new racers have that opportunity to catch up as the flight model changes. So yeah, it's great to see a variety of characters, a variety of orgs, and a variety of people helping each other out as well as competing with each other in these sorts of events.
Yep, it certainly is. So, yeah, we are here in the moment over in Skyscraper. We're going to be watching Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Audito, Shipko, and White Rice competing for some points here. The way that it's been going so far, including when we had a round number 1 for this group, I think Audito is just going to be absolutely crushing it. It looks like we might redo this lobby here, but it really seems very, very hard. It seems like there's a bit of a disconnect in our groups here where Audito is just so far ahead. But, you know, you don't want to get yourself into a comfortable situation like that where you think that there's nothing that your opponents could do, because that's exactly when you smash into the side of a skyscraper.
And that's exactly what Tint was getting at. You want to be racing, not chasing, right? If you're trying to make up time and you're trying to catch up to somebody, then you're more likely to make a mistake. It's better to just fly with discipline and just take it easy, even if you know somebody's super far ahead. Because, again, points on the board make all the difference. And we know there are going to be those time trial races. But you know, the way that this field is going to work its way up into the semifinals and the finals and rounds 3 and 4 is we're going to have quite a large group of racers and quite a large spread of points there as well. So if you're DNFing because you're falling slightly behind and you're getting 0 points because you're on the first lap, it's not going to do you any favors, right?
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. We're going to get the grid all set up for our competitors here. Once again, this is our largest group that we have today, so it might take just that little bit longer for everyone to get situated. Now, this has been a very dangerous track today. We've seen a couple of bumps. We've seen a DNF. Hopefully, I mean, with 5 people, you sort of expect all of the collisions to honestly be a bit more prevalent. So hopefully we don't see any of that today, and we get to see a little bit of a nice crowd of these 5 races go through. But you got to start to be careful, especially when you get into those little letter boxes that exist in pretty much every checkpoint that exists here.
Yeah, and because there's 6 views squished onto our screen, we'll try and help the viewers follow the race as best we can. But it is very difficult to follow. It'd be great if CIG can one day bring in some like cameras in the game, and we could like artificially switch between the cameras, like have an actual in-game broadcast ship. I know that they do have broadcast ships which are not functioning at the moment, but it'd be fantastic if the back end supported that. It'd be amazing to have like an MFD with like Audito on one screen, like on your second monitor, and then Herbie on your first screen on your left. It'd be fantastic to be able to do that IRL. That'd be so cool.
That would be so good. Honestly, my life for just a map marker that we can also follow while we're doing this.
Yeah.
But you know, one day, guys, one day all that stuff will happen. I'm just glad today that we're on Arena Commander. It's been working so well for us. We only had one issue and it was resolved super quickly. So it's just, this is okay. For anyone who's been a long-time fan of ATMO Esports, you know, sometimes races can take far longer than they should, and we've been having a great time today. We've been running it back so quickly. I just love it. It just fills me with joy.
Yeah, this is exactly how the game is supposed to function, really. So, you know, shout out to the Arena Commander dev team. Like, they've done a fantastic job putting this together. Imagine having like a copy of an entire planet or a section for a racetrack to load in instantly and quickly with 6 different races. It's just fantastic. Really great technology. It looks like they've got a 60-second countdown. I can't tell if there's any weather or atmospheric turbulence going on. It doesn't look like it's raining. So I think it's going to be another clean race, hopefully. At least we can see where the races are going.
Yeah, we'll definitely get a look at it later. I think in the last round that we were here, I did see a little bit of rain, but that may have been something else. There are obviously a lot of particle effects that happen in Area 18, so sometimes it can be a little bit hard to differentiate. But once again, I'll leave this countdown to you, Cyberfox.
Oh, no, not again.
You've got this one. You're going to crush it. You're going to crush it.
We'll see. It'll be like 3, 2, 1, go, and then a go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! I did it! They're off! Ah, fantastic. Okay, so it's a very close first corner. Will they survive? They've gone through the first checkpoint, coming around to the first corner. White Rice is having a bit of a tumble. Struggling, but still able to survive. Audito nearly redding out. Herbie taking it nice and wide, nice and easy. And it looks like the pack is separating out with Audito in... Oh, no, Audito was in first. Now he's in fourth. Now he's in first again. White Rice has taken a quick collision. We got Canadian Maverick coming in second place. No, is it Herbie in second place? And then Canadian Maverick coming in close behind, I think.
Yeah, I can see just a little bit on the action camera. I can see Audito at the front. I see Herbie and Canadian Maverick and a little bit of a fight there, a little close together on second and third at the moment. So we'll see how that progresses as we get into lap number 2 in just a moment as Audito comes around for the first lap. And there we go. 58.436 seconds is Audito's first lap.
Yeah, and Herbie taking it nice and easy. This is a track that you gotta respect. So he's making sure that he takes the checkpoints, obviously through the center, but making sure that he's parallel between the buildings and not cutting straight. Or he's taking this one a bit. He's cutting this one a little bit tight. But yeah, coming down through the lower crisscross. And I think, to be honest, really good ship control here as well. He's got half his boost meter full. He's taking it nice and easy and just making sure that he's in control in the ship. Very, very composed. A very nice, easy lap. Whereas Audito, on the other hand, is just pulling it, just gunning it. And Canadian Maverick as well, I think, is trying to catch up as well. I can see somebody in Canadian Maverick's screen. Can we zoom in a little bit to Canadian Maverick? Can we see who's ahead? It looks like he's just behind Herbie. Yep.
Yeah, so as they completed lap number 2, Herbie was about 4 seconds in front of Maverick, and Maverick was about 4 seconds in front of Shipko. So there is actually like quite a relatively close distance between them that could go either way if there's any large mistakes happening here. Notably, Audito in lap number 3 already. Did someone give this guy a NOS or something? I don't even know what's going on here. Herbie's going to cross the finish line here and to go to lap number 3 in a moment, followed by Maverick. So there we go. 2 minutes, 22 seconds, followed by 2 minutes, 25. So now 3-second difference between these two races as they fight for second place.
Interesting to note as well, now that they're on their final lap, Audito cannot do an overtake on this one. So there will be no back markers. So it's just all open air for Audito now to just take the lead and take the flag. It looks like he's still pushing it, getting a little bit of a red out there, pulling the G's and making sure that he doesn't black his character out. And is that across the line? It is. 55 seconds for that final lap. So we're left with Herbie in second, Canadian Maverick in third, and Shipko in fourth. Just as long as they stay composed, then it will be points on the board.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like Herbie's coming into the final turn now. Maverick just behind. So we should see a finish in a second. Oh, no, we still got a little bit more. That's not where I thought it was. So a little bit more of a fight before we get into that final turn. Herbie, 600, 700 meters in front.
I was going to say, Herbie's just not giving Canadian Maverick a chance. Like, he's not able to catch up. He's not able to close that gap because there's just not enough track left, essentially. And Herbie's just flying nice and clean and just finishing off. And we've got the same... Oh, Shipko colliding right at the end there. Took the corner a little bit too sharp. Didn't control the ship. Didn't manage to cut through that... Well, it wasn't even a mail slot, really. It was just between two buildings. It wasn't too tight, that one. Yep. But yeah, just a little bit of a bounce, a little bit too hard. And yeah, the Aurora didn't survive that one. No bouncing for Shipko.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. But once again, look at these fastest laps. Audito, 15 seconds ahead of Herbie and Canadian Maverick, who notably, I believe both Herbie and Canadian Mavericks, their fastest laps were at the end there, I believe. So they were right on top of each other as they came through, but just Audito just absolutely crushing here. I would be surprised if we do not see Audito pick up a total of 12 points today. Now, Herbie and Maverick, of course, they're going to be big competing here. Is in that first lap, in that first race, we saw Maverick was able to take it just ahead of Herbie. So now it's kind of a fight for revenge as we head into the third race, which is Yadar Valley.
Yeah, and Yadar Valley is going to be completely different, I think, to Skyscraper. So it's going to be interesting to see Herbie and Canadian Maverick battle it out here. And it'll be also interesting to see Audito's level of practice, because, you know, if he pushes it hard on this track, knowing that he's already got the lead, knowing that he's already scored those points, if he pushes it too hard, there could be an accident, there could be a bit of drama. So I hope that he stays composed. You know, we spoke about it in the first round as well. Audito has many of the top time trial times, like world records for some of these tracks for within like snub ships and everything. The Aurora is a slightly different ship to fly. It's far easier to control. It can be yawed, it can be strafed. It's got a little bit more like fighter characteristics because of the slower speeds. The thrusters make more of an impact. So I can see Audito wanting to push it, is what I'm getting at. But I just hope that he just stays composed and just, you know, flies through the finish line and does those 3 laps. He was 40 seconds ahead. 40 seconds ahead in that Skyscraper. That's unnecessarily fast.
Oh, I think it was quite necessary. You got to kind of prove a point to everyone else, you know, as you come through and just say, look, I'm a league ahead. Now, the big thing that I want to see here at Yadar Valley is I'm really hoping we get a solid lap from White Rice, as we've unfortunately had a double DNF on the first lap so far today for White Rice. I really want to see what they can do, what they can push for. You know, Yadar Valley is one of the more popular racetracks, so it's very likely the White Rice has had more practice on this one than some of the others. So yeah, that's my big hope for this one. And then of course, you know, we've been having that fight between Herbie and Canadian Maverick the last 2 races, but also that whole time Shipco has been right on their tail. So it's almost been like this fight of 3 races: Herbie, Maverick, and Shipco. And Shipco's just been edged out of this little battle each of these races. Maybe this is the one where it does turn into a proper 3-person fight. So it should be a very fun race to watch regardless. It's been great seeing all 5 of them push it to the limits.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want I just want chat to give a shout out to White Rice as well, because we've all been there as beginner racers, right? You just got to keep coming back. There is no shame in DNFing and then turning back up at the start line. So fair play, like all props to White Rice for just carrying on, keeping returning for the second round, and I'm sure he'll be here for the third and the fourth rounds as well. Really fantastic to see, because that's the kind of attitude that you've got to have in StarCitizen racing, and just in playing StarCitizen in general, right? You can't let little upsets get in your way.
Truer words have literally never been spoken about StarCitizen. So here we go. Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Audito, Shipco, and White Rice. This is our group number 3, race number 3. Round number 2 today. I hope you guys have been enjoying the races. I certainly have been enjoying commentating them so far with CyberFox. We got a little bit more to go for you guys. And this is going to be an interesting story. Will Audito pick up another 12 points this week? I hope they don't punt it 12 times. And what's going to happen here with some of our other races in this group?
I love Tint's comment in chat as well, saying that he once flew backwards off the start line, and now that we let him talk, like he knows what he's doing. And it's true, isn't it? Because the controls, even the control systems, are complicated in StarCitizen, right? Some people have got dual joysticks. Some people fly mouse and keyboard. Some people fly with pedals as well, and some people using head tracking or eye tracking. So there's a whole complex range. And you know, I've booted up a new patch, I've pushed my joystick forward in the hangar, and I've rear collided with the back wall of the control center of my hangar because I hadn't set up my controls properly. So yeah, beginners have got a lot to learn to play this game.
Yep, 100%. All right, there we go. 60-second countdown is on its way for group number 3. Yadar Valley. I've been watching my big one that I've been watching all day today has been the big 180 turn that you get at the back of the track, and how our racers approach heaven. And this is where you want to learn. If you want to learn StarCitizen racing right now, watching these guys do Yadar Valley runs is where you're going to get it. So we're going to get this one going underway. Let us know who you are rooting for in race number 3. 30 seconds left. It's tense. The silence is making this extremely tense. And here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's see how they take this first corner. Audito drifting, Canadian Maverick making it look easy, and it certainly isn't. This is a corner that we all struggle with. Even the CIG devs struggle with this corner, taking up and around the canyon as well. Yadar Valley has some very distinctive turns. I think everybody knows Drifter's hideout and the stairway in heaven, but I think you were talking about like rock bottom, split decision, and the reckoning. Those final corners that slam them in the end. It's really characteristic, really difficult to fly this track. And oh, just a very close pass underneath. A very quick ship. Was that Herbie going in? No, it wasn't Herbie. I can't even tell who that was.
I think it was Shipko who maybe then collided? Very possibly.
I was about to say, yeah, it was a bit too quick.
Yeah. White Rice also, unfortunately, another DNF, which is a shame, though we do still have this big fight here. First off, Audito, 59.6 seconds for lap number 1. Herbie and Maverick about a checkpoint distance apart at the moment. So it also may have been Herbie that got past Canadian Maverick there. We might be able to find out later, as we were unfortunately in a different view. But so we got a big fight here, and Audito just way out ahead. So Audito can probably take it a little bit cooler now, as long as they are aware of exactly how their position's going, as I think they're going to be very solid here. I mean, watch right now how Audito approaches heaven. In we go, nice and smooth, maintain speed. There goes the red. We're just holding on super tight at the bottom of the slalom as well, making sure not to collide.
He is throwing that ship around. He is absolutely throwing it. And the lines that he's taking, so he's going over the geometry, very close to the corners of the checkpoints as well. He's just pushing it every second. I think he's just loving it, just for the thrill of the race. If we cut to Canadian Maverick as well, we saw see like over the geometry, Audito taking that top line through the canyon there. But yeah, Canadian Maverick and Herbie are really close together. If we zoom in on Canadian Maverick, he's just caught up a little bit. It looks like he's just hot on the heels of Herbie. They are neck and neck. I know we're going to miss Audito coming through the finish line, but it would be a shame to miss this as they're coming into the final lap. Herbie just crossing the line, just a second ahead of Canadian Maverick. And the way that they take this turn, it will be interesting to see the difference. Canadian Maverick fighting a little bit, yawing a little bit. Oh, a very close pass over the top. Oh.
It seems like Herbie had a lot more control of that turn itself, and so was able to stay ahead there. Now, did he just get ahead of Herbie? It looks like he did. So in that turn at the back,
there was really close passes, yeah.
Yeah, really, really close pass. Maverick is able to get ahead just slightly, but Herbie right on the heels now again. We're going to approach heaven here. A place that, once again, we've been showing has really brought out the differences in a lot of our races here. Herbie takes it a little wide. No, that's going to be a checkpoint miss or a collision. Oh, but Maverick makes it. Maverick is into the slalom. Maverick now way ahead of Herbie, and that is huge there. Absolutely insane. That checkpoint is, in my opinion, one of the most important on this entire racetrack. Really separates a lot of our races, and you can see right there Maverick just taking it that little bit better with a 1 minute and 10 second for lap number 3, solidifying them a second place for the round. And there we go, Herbie going across there too. Insane, absolutely insane. Lap number 3,
absolutely crazy. Yeah, and it's as I was saying it as well. As I was saying that they're taking different lines through the corner. That's when Canadian Maverick went above and Herbie went below, and there was a pass that we kind of missed, and then suddenly Canadian Maverick had taken the lead, and Herbie just couldn't catch up. He couldn't correct, and then sort of I think overdid it a little bit coming into that final stretch from heaven to rock bottom and through the chicane to split decision. That's where Canadian Maverick just kept his composure, knew he'd overtaken, but didn't push it too hard. Just kept in control of the ship and took it around to get that second place. Absolutely fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, a great round 2 from group number 3. That is going to be 12 points to Audito, 8 points to Herbie, 7 points to Maverick. 2 points to Shipko, and unfortunately, there's going to be a 0 points to White Rice, but I'm really hoping next week. Come on, White Rice. You got this. I believe in you. We're going to see a finish. But right now, we're going to throw it back to our awesome analyst desk as they go through everything that you guys just witnessed.
All right, we're back, and that was some exciting racing. I can't lie to you. Yadar Valley continuing to deliver some of the most exciting races for today. That's just my opinion. Other people may have others, but I for some reason every time I watch Yadar Valley, I'm like stuck in. I'm like, oh man, this is so good. But yeah, anyways, let's jump right into it, man. We had Canadian Maverick, Herbie, Ordito, Shipko, and White Rice racing in this group number 3, and we're gonna kick things off with, of course, the Snake Pit. And Tint, we're gonna start it off with you, man. What are your thoughts here for this group on Snake Pit?
For this group, it was interesting to see that everybody was kind of taking, with the exception of Ordito, was taking more of a hybrid style between the drifting and the pitch roll approach, where they were sitting on 45s for most of their corners.
Yes.
They were using the thrust to shove themselves around. It's a good tactic, I think, if you're specifically going for that conservative, safe racing approach. And we did see that pay off with both, Herbie and Maverick managing to stay pretty steady. Herbie, of course, losing a wing and having to fight to keep it together from there. The Aurora has a real tendency to twist when you take a wing off of it, and so seeing him, slow down and use the boost to control that twist through all of his corners for the rest of the race was absolutely, it's textbook. It's what we would teach people, and we also saw, of course, Shipko tumbling. And not being able to control it quite as well. That's the experience factor really playing through for Herbie there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I did see a lot of those 45s happening in this round more than or in this group more than the other groups. So very good point on that. Jacqueline, what are your thoughts on for this group 3 Snake Pit?
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like we were reading out of the same notebook here because pretty much the same thing, right? I mean, Ordito, purely clinical, barely ever made a mistake, came out with a 41-second fastest lap, which I believe is our fastest lap on Snake Pit of the night. So fantastic showing from him. And yeah, I mean, the Aurora showing that it can take a beating even at Snake Pit. The slower speeds really helps lower that damage that you take from the momentum. So we saw it, I believe, Canadian Maverick, Herbie, and Shipko all ended up the race with a red Aurora. So can definitely take a beating. And yeah, as Tint was saying, Herbie got a bit too close to the wall out of turn and burn, which is the second to last turn, but still then slowed it down, played the safe line, very, very much Herbie's playstyle, where prioritizing survival over speed, and did work out in his favor there. And Shipko also got that collision at the very last lap, but slowed it down. We saw his Aurora spinning off in a couple of turns, but managed to keep it on the track and actually finished the race alive. So really well done there.
Yeah, I'll mention Shipko doing a great job too, and he had actually a faster lap there than Herbie at 1 minute, where Herbie had a 1 minute and 1 second. So Shipko continuing to improve in some of these tracks, and shout outs to White Rice, like Croncy mentioned, continuing to push forward, and hey, don't give up, continue racing, continue practicing. I'm sure you'll get those improvements that you want to get there. So jumping into Skyscraper, we'll stay right with you there, Jacketing. Skyscraper definitely was an interesting one. White Rice DNF again, but we saw some close racing there between Canadian Maverick and Herbie. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that was. I love that battle. Honestly, seeing Canadian Maverick and Herbie kind of swapping positions in the early stages of the race was really, really nice to watch. I have to say, honestly, Herbie, we have to keep in mind, I believe he's on mouse and keyboard, right? So he is going up against these guys with a mouse and keyboard, and he's maintaining very similar flying style, but keeping that conservative approach. Unfortunately, White Rice with another crasher, Leon. It's very, very difficult to get through the first section with Skyscraper if you're not confident in taking that turn. So it's very unfortunate. Shipko, another really nice performance. Unfortunately, did end up eating the wall at the very end there, probably due to something that Cyberfox has been mentioning, where got a little bit too tunnel visioned at the checkpoint and ended up just bottoming out. Yeah, we're seeing the replay right there. Just ended up bottoming out because they did not use the full width of the track entering that turn. So very unfortunate because there was a very consistent flying going on in there.
Yeah, I'm starting to like Skyscraper a lot more because these checkpoints are, if you know, we talked about this enough times where if they don't take that white turn, they're gonna suffer going in between those checkpoints. You know, especially not if they don't, like, some people are using boost to make sure they can make it on time and pass through there. So man, I actually really liking Skyscraper as the night goes on, more and more, to be quite honest
Good
with
track,
you.
man. I
Tint,
really like it.
yes, very good. I totally agree. Tint, your thoughts on Skyscraper here for group number 3?
I think the real fun one for me was seeing the sort of difference in the flying styles show through, but not necessarily really affecting the times in the way you might expect. The Aurora is a really flexible flying ship, and it was really neat to me to see, specifically on Skyscraper, Maverick's experience with the 350 was coming through and how he was approaching corners. You saw where, you know, Herbie and Ordito were taking things very flat. They were coming through the center of the checkpoint. Maverick's experience with the 350 has taught him to put his nose in the corner of the checkpoint and trust the back of the ship to just sling around with the weight. And that was what he was doing. On all of these corners, you saw him nosing into the inside, letting the back thrusters carry him through. And, you know, even then, he's still within 0.2 of a second on his fastest lap from Herbie's, who's taking what we would consider to be more the correct approach. So it's great to see.
I'm smiling here because I literally have the same thing written down on my notes here. Like, you can see Canadian Mavericks flying very, very similarly. Like, he's flying the 350R. You could see it coming through.
Oh, that's so fun. Hey, great minds think alike, guys. You know, you both have some great minds within racing. So I appreciate you guys being here so much. But Skyscraper best lap there was for Ordito, which was 55.9 seconds. So very, very quickly compared to the other racers for that one. But anyways, going to the last one, exciting battle there until Herbie kind of wiped out a little bit after coming down from heaven there. But Yadar Valley, and we'll keep it right with you, Tint. Give us your thoughts here, you know, for group number 3 on Yadar Valley, and how did that one go for you? Because Ordito just dominated that one for sure.
I mean, absolutely. And I think this is a great example of how using time trials for practice and how learning from your time trials can maybe lead you a little bit astray on race day, where we've seen a couple of different approaches to taking heaven across the course of the day. And what wound up costing Herbie on this one was, I think, taking that nose down, side on approach, where if you don't nail it exactly right, it's really easy for the momentum to overcarry and for you to wind up having to, you know, loop back around to get back into the slalom. Whereas we saw Ninjetti's approach at the start of the day, that full invert, it's not as fast on paper, but it definitely gives you more control. And that means that you're never going to be where you don't want to be. Now, of course, Ordito showing the full capabilities of that method and absolutely crushing it on the times here, putting up a time in an Aurora that I think a lot of people would find damn respectable in a Razor. So absolutely a lot of skill on display.
Yeah, that was definitely fun. And that fight, man, I wish Herbie would have just not lost control towards the end, because it would have been close all the way to the finish line. But Jacqueline, your thoughts here on Yadar Valley for group number 3?
Yeah, I mean, Ordito, clinical approach, definitely making the most out of the arena commander limitations, right? So was able to go over that crane and get that clean air going after that first turn. Staying to, I believe he was staying to the left of the rock going into stairway, so it does allow him that more open space and gives him that nice clean straight line into heaven. So definitely helped in getting those times. Fantastic time, by the way, with the 57 seconds. And that battle between Herbie and Canadian Maverick, once again coming out, beautiful, beautiful performance. And it just goes to show that in Yadar Valley, when you're in that really tight, close 1-to-1 scenario, it all comes down to your approach from heaven down to the drop, right? We saw even Ordito that he had a moment when he was pushing it to the absolute limit, came down and just barely brushed over the top of the first crane on the drop. So, you know, that's the way you catch the ship at the drop really makes a difference for your speed, especially when you're in that one-to-one situation where if one catches it better, it's you carrying your momentum through that slalom, and it does give you that advantage. It's a very technical part of the course where it's really a filter in a battle. So it was really nice to see. Thankfully, Herbie, once again, an expert at keeping it on the track, man. Even though he stumbled and
Yep.
just missed the checkpoint, still managed to keep it. Managed to keep it alive and coming back. Did unfortunately miss that second place spot, but survived the race.
I can just imagine seeing Herbie, kind of taking it a little better with dual sticks, but I can just imagine how that would make his entire racing experience an entirely new world. Because when I started playing StarCitizen and I went from, doing mouse and keyboard to dual sticks or even a HOTAS setup, it was night and day. I was like, yo, this is amazing. Like, I never want to, I never want to go back. I don't care how much better keyboard and mouse is in some scenarios. I was like, dude, this is so much more fun. So, but anyways, let's go check at the Group 3 results here, after these 3 incredible races. This group, man, I love this group. Shout out to, again, everybody in this group that's really coming out and racing. Honestly, I want to see more racers come out of the woodworks, whether you're new, brand new. Again, use the other communities, use XGR, go race with Anzia, get that experience, and come here and show off in those communities, and then come here and show off and put yourself on that legendary status here at Gravity Rush 2955. But here, we got Ordito with 24 points leading the pack here. We got Herbie 15, Canadian Maverick right under there, man. Still trailing by a couple points there. Shipko with 5. White Rice, unfortunately, with the DNFs after hey, White Rice, I believe in you, bro. Go ahead and complete that, that first lap and get some points on the board. I mean, he has, but I think I do believe in him putting some points on, hopefully, for round number 3. But for Snake Pit, Ordito, 41 seconds, 41.9. Skyscraper, of course, Ordito once again, 55.9. And then you have 57.1. So in Yadar Valley. So, I mean, some very good runs here for Ordito, kind of, taking a massive lead here in group number 3. But without further ado, our last group of the day. And then we're going to kind of throw it over to our last group for racing. But we have, I believe, Henchman Zero is not going to be, I think he dropped out for some work. So, hey, we'll see you on round number 3, Henchman. Round number 3, sorry. Jellyhead made Slum, and then we got Splen. So we got that team, these 3 coming up here very shortly. So, hey, starting it off right back with you, Jackaden. Since you kind of, gave us the last answer for the last time. So who is your rising star here for this group?
This is gonna be a tough one. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, last round, I think the ship choice really played the major role in determining the outcome of the final points from the last round. But in this one, I believe Jelly and Splen are gonna be right on top of each other. This is very much a Shaq Novi Liquid kind of scenario. But we see Jellyhead made multiple world record holder. He's the king of Arena Commander in the current flight model, and Splen, just before he went on hiatus, he was the king, right? So we're basically going to Splen versus who replaced Splen in this time frame, right? So it's going to be a very, very big fight, I think. But probably.
By the way, Splen was like in the last round, round number 1. He was flying very risky, very, very risky. He was trying to show off. So, probably see a little bit of that today as well.
For being on hiatus for so long, he came back so strong. I mean, he came back and he set the pole position time for the qualifiers and Enter Atmosphere. He was setting really, really good times on the Yadar Valley and Old Vanderval on the M50. So he came back strong. So I am definitely not counting him out at all, even though it's been a while since he was in. But obviously, Jellyhead made this keeping up with the times, and he has that kind of character where if anybody posts a time on SCR, competition or no competition, he just wants to go in and set a better time. It's just in his character that got that competition. So I do think that he'll come really strong for this event, and the Razors with the Auroras being equal in performance, it's definitely going to come down to the pilot skill here.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. Tit, real quick, what are your thoughts here? Who's going to be a rising star here?
I think it is going to be the aggression versus the textbook on this one. It's going to be Splin coming in as hard as he can, and Jelly doing it the way he has always done it. And we're going to see who comes out on top. But honestly, for me, coin toss. I couldn't tell you.
Gotcha. Well, I'm going to go with the underdog. Slum, I got you. I believe in you.
Yeah, I mean, this Slum can manage to keep it on the track.
Press it. Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. Somebody got to go with the underdog, man. So I got Slum, even though I might be very hyper chance and wrong. It's all good, though. But anyways, without further ado, here we go with our last group of the day here at Gravity Rush. We're going to be running through, of course, the last 3 tracks of the day, which is going to be a repeat of Snake Pit, Skyscraper, and then Yodar Valley. I'm actually excited to see this last group go. Without further ado, Croncy, Cyberfox, take it away, guys.
Looking forward to this one. I really enjoyed Splen's showcase of skill in round 1. I don't know if you caught it, but he was showing off like a flamboyant flying style, I must say. And I'm looking forward to seeing how freely he flies in the Aurora, because he wasn't really just doing the time trial lines. He's got that veteran level experience that he can sort of do what he wants and still get a fast time. He's got that muscle memory. He's got he's got that real life race experience as well. So he's competed and won several leagues and competitions and tournaments. So I don't know. Did you see his performance in the first round? Have you caught up with this yet?
I have not. No. I kind of like I didn't want to come into today blind from all the results from the first week, but I was kind of forced to. But I kind of like it now. I kind of like that I've been getting to see how everyone's gone just off paper from all the results. And look, I'm at this rate, I'm an old head racer in StarCitizen, and Splen is my old head racer goat, right? He's just my champion forever. But to see Jellyhead just crush through these points, right? First place every single race in the last round, right? Second place of every single race in the last round was Splen. So to see that kind of performance and to see the differences between them, like in race number 1, the best lap times were only 6 seconds apart. Same with race number 3, right? Obviously there was the ship choices there for sure, but seeing that is really, really cool. So I'm really excited for this. I love watching Splen fly. I am also excited to see Splen get absolutely dumpstered by Jellyhead in this next round. I do not have any biases.
Yeah, I think you and I kind of speak from the heart in that Splen is one of those consistent content creators that we just constantly root for. And StarCitizen's got a lot of great content creators, and Splen is just the GOAT in that respect. I will say that Jellyhead made like track times and pole position in the first round was possibly something to do with the fact that he was racing in a snub ship versus Splen's M50. The M50, although it was being pushed, just sort of kept up but couldn't quite make it to that pole position. So I don't think Splen was uncomfortable in that second position. I think he was having fun. I think he knew what he was doing. I think he was definitely showing off a little bit. And so now that we're on a level playing field, now that we're in Auroras, I think the narrative is going to be completely different. I think these two giants are going to go head to head. Again, shout out to Slum. I agree with Croncy here that, you know, we've got to root for the underdog as well. I want to see Slum complete the tracks. I want to see him push. I want to see him go side by side, and if he doesn't, I want to see him getting in the way as a back marker. I want to see him as an obstacle, right? I want to see him cause some trouble for Splen and Jellyhead, mate. He's part of the race as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, as long as there's a cool narrative, I'm well excited and looking forward to this one.
Look, there's something that I want to see, Cyberfox, and some people will know what I'm referencing here when I talk about the Australian Commonwealth Games 2002, or was it the Winter Games? Or the idea was there was an Australian competing in ice skating that was utterly terrible. Honestly, could not perform well, and then every single person in front of him fell over, and he won. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see from Slum today. I want to see Splen and Jellyhead have a couple of good races, a couple of good laps, and then just, they're having a fight for it. They're trying to cross the finish line. Boom, both of them go. Slum crosses the finish line to get first. It's a thing that you only ever want to see once, but I really want to see it.
Yeah, and Jacadin's saying in chat as well, survival trumping speed, essentially, because if you do speed around too much and get a ship-to-ship collision, you can quite easily DNF. We have seen a few ship collisions in this tournament so far with the Auroras. That's what makes flying Auroras and single ship classes so fun as well. It doesn't matter what ship you're flying. I've seen some tournaments where they've flown like 890 jumps, and you're bouncing around off each other trying to get those overtakes in like the wide canyons and stuff. So it's really great to see when you've got just a single class of racing ship flying against each other, because you get that drama, you get the ability for one racer to keep up to another and to like bounce off of each other like that. So it could happen. It could happen.
It definitely could. One thing, I just want to sort of piggyback off something that you were saying just now, but also a little bit earlier today, which has been, it's been really cool to watch the Auroras be a racing class today, and just how enjoyable it has been. They've felt fast. They've felt maneuverable enough to be interesting. They've had a lot of quirks to them that's made them really, really interesting for today's race. So I'm glad that we chose that as the one, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that in the future, because it's gone quite well today. I mean, the last race that we just had, kind of, I think it was Tint that said, there would have been a respectable time in like a razor on Yadar Valley. So it's been cool to see them push it to its limits, and hopefully we get to see more of that today. Now, guys, we are just waiting a little bit. We're just having like some problems as we start to get this one together. Just a couple of ship issues, so that's all getting sorted before we get in. But if you are just joining us, this is the final group today of round number 2, and we're going to be watching Jellyhead Made, Slum, KH4, and Splen compete in the Snake Pit, the Skyscraper, and Yadar Valley.
Yeah, it's been a real showcase of skill this entire round as well. So despite the fact that there's a little bit of a breather, I know that there's some excitement coming up. I think with the Snake Pit being a very thin canyon-like pod racer style track, it's a great one to start with. And each round we repeat the final track as well. So we're going Snake Pit, Skyscraper, and Yadar Valley. And then when we change the ship class, we'll be seeing Yadar Valley again for the 3rd round. So it's great to see the repeat of the track with a different ship, because then you get to see it from a different context. From my perspective, like I said, I'm a cutter starter ship, and the cutter doesn't fly well. Like, deliberately, that's part of its charm, right? But what a mistake it was to try and take that into Arena Commander when I first got it. What's your ship of preference, and what's your starter ship, Croncy? How did you get into flying?
So I think, what was it? It was 2019. I think IAE and the Pisces had just come out, I believe. And then the Carrack was coming out soon, something like that. And so because I was starting at that time, the Pisces was the starter ship at the time. So I grabbed that and I really enjoyed it, but it definitely didn't tickle my fancy. I love mining and I love racing. Those are my 2 big things. And so eventually it's gone to the wayside, but you're making me want to bring it back. You're making me want to grab the Pisces again and maybe turn it into I don't know, you could turn it into a mining ship. You could chuck a Addles in there or something. I don't know.
With CIG, you never know. They just keep us guessing. Obviously, they've strapped a ton of guns on the Mantis to turn it into the Meteor. It's like a mini Polaris now. So it'd be interesting. Yeah, I'd love to see a racing Aurora I'd love to see a refresh of that, especially because they're focusing on the RSI ships. And yeah, the Pisces has already got like the medical variant, so to see another Pisces variant would be great. It's got a Jacqueline saying it'd be great for cargo Olympics. That's that would be great to have like a mix of racing rather than just going through checkpoints, right? Rather than like first to finish, but perhaps we could have some sort of what's the word, mixed discipline racing invented. I know Anzia do a few where they do racing with combat, which is quite interesting, but racing with cargo, that sounds quite exciting to me.
You do 3 laps of Snake Pit, then you've got to pick up 12 SEU of cargo, and then do 3 more laps on the Snake Pit, and then you got to drop the 12 SEU of cargo, try to steal everyone else's cargo. It'd be great. There's definitely a way to do it. All right, so we're still just waiting on our races to be all ready. We all know how it goes, guys. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and then when we come back, hopefully we're going to get this last group underway. Do not go anywhere. Gravity Rush, round number 2. We'll be back in just a moment.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there. Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
And we are back. All the vehicles are perfectly working. I've put dots in my T and I've crossed my I's. And now we are well and truly back into it. Gravity Rush round number 2, Group 4. How are we feeling?
I'm well excited. This has been so hyped up, and I'm just so glad that we save Splen till last. I'm waiting for him to do the full send. I'm waiting for him to give us a bit of a show, like I was saying. And yeah, it's just been a joy to see all of these racers just take on these tracks time and time again. I haven't felt like it's felt repetitive at all, despite the fact that we're going through the same 3 tracks for this round, and then the next round will be a different 3 tracks, of course. It's been really nice to see the different approaches. I've certainly learned a lot. How have you felt?
Yeah, likewise. I mean, we were all just talking just now on our little broadcast while we were on the break about, you know, you guys have been learning a lot about Skyscraper, which we'll get into after this, and how it's sort of changed your perspective on the track, which is really cool. And I hope our viewers have felt that too. Now, our timer is about to start, Cyberfox, but you know that what that means. It's your turn. So I believe in you.
No.
You got this. Go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! There we go, and we're off.
Absolutely perfect.
So we've got a very quick start from Splen and Jellyhead made. Slum taking it level, whereas Splen, on the other hand, is just rolling and rocketing through, trying to catch up to Jellyhead Made. Jellyhead Made has taken a quick lead, and Splen is just pushing it, redding out a little bit, rolling to counteract the Gs, pulling up to make sure that he doesn't red out, taking it nice and wide, and staying on the tail of Jellyhead Made. What a fantastic start. Straight out, very quick off the line, straight off the bat, very, very quick start from these two pro racers.
Yeah, it looks like Jellyhead had an absolutely fantastic start, but Splen able to bridge the gap a little bit and now just has stayed pretty much right on Jellyhead's ass pretty much this whole time. So 46.35 seconds and about 7/10 of a second later, Splen, although Splen with a
an
collision
unfortunate upset
in the second lap. Oh, no. Oh, no,
he's going to be
Splen.
so annoyed with that. They were going so fast, and I'm not surprised that that happened. Again, it's back to the racing, not chasing. Perhaps he pushed it just a little bit too high, just clipped it a little bit too close to the checkpoint barrier. And now Jellyhead Made, if he's aware that Splen's DNFs, which I think he is, should just slow down a little bit, just take it easy. He's got quite a large lead between himself and Slum, but points on the board for Splen because he did make it through that first lap.
Yes, indeed. And notably, Slum should hopefully be able to make it to lap number 3 here as well, as long as they keep it a little bit safe, which it looks like they are on... where are they? They're at the back end there. So Jelly is actually going to get an overtake here from Slum on lap number 2. And there we go. Jellyhead is now ahead of Slum as Jelly comes in for lap number 3 completion, proving just how insanely fast some of our races are going through today. What an absolutely insane time this is going to end up being. So here we go. Across the finish line, Jellyhead with a 43.012 or 45 in-game seconds. A crazy time there. Slum crossing into lap number 3, which will put them ahead of Splen. Huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's great drama, and you know, props to Splen for just, I suppose, pushing as hard as he can. And I remember giving props out to White Rice for DNFing. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it? If Splen DNFs, then we can all DNF, of course. On Snake Pit as well, of all tracks, it's like the #1 racers track is Snake Pit. So to just have that unfortunate clip, maybe it was a little bit of desync, maybe it was just going a bit too hard, but it happens to the best of us. And Slum here just showing that a little bit of discipline, a little bit of composure can make sure that you finish the race and make sure that you get points on the board. Really, really impressive, and a lot of drama for this first round.
What an amazing race this was in that first lap, though, of Splen just chasing after Jellyhead and just not giving an inch to make Jellyhead get any more distance, right? Like there was that big change right at the start, and then it stayed there. There was like no distance gained after that. So it would have been great to see Splen continue in lap number 2, continue in lap number 3, and continue fighting for it. But unfortunately, we're just going to have to wait for the next race. So Jellyhead will get first in race number 1. Congratulations. Let's move on over to the Skyscraper over in Area 18.
So Skyscraper, as I'd said at the start, is one of the least favorite tracks of beginner racers. One of my least favorite tracks, but like you were saying, I feel like I've learned a lot about this track just seeing it run over and over and over again during this second round. And I feel like if I were to tackle it now going into Arena Commander, I'd approach it differently to the way I would approach it before. So it's really fantastic being not only part of this event, but having this event on with such experts, not only in the racing seat, but also in the commentary seats and the analyst seats, telling us the real way we should approach these tracks. And I think I'm going to go away and come back to Arena Commander myself with this newfound knowledge and a little bit of extra confidence, I think, in approaching Skyscraper.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things that we've been able to learn over the course of the last 3 hours or so from some of just the top racers in the field about the best ways to take these, especially in a race environment, not necessarily just a time trial environment. And this map in particular, very daunting. I've been talking about it all day, that like as a new racer, you come into this and everything just, it works very differently to how you expect, right? But it's been seeming like it's, as long as you learn these few different things, as long as you sort of follow these lines that some of our races have been taking today, it can be a lot less daunting. So
yeah, it is certainly
hopefully all of our
manageable. And
viewers
the
also
thing that
enjoy it.
threw me off, the thing that threw me off was the angle of the checkpoints, and Jacadin pointed this out to me, especially the Waytech checkpoint. You kind of got to do like almost a 180 coming around it, and it looks like the checkpoint looks like you only have to do sort of a 90 to 120 degree. So it's like, it's almost deliberately pointing you in the wrong direction, because you have to go around the inside checkpoint marker rather than going parallel between them. And then you've got, of course, the upper and lower crisscross. They're both very awkward angles. They're both very tight. And so you've got to go up from the club, up Waytech, down through crisscross, which is the lower part, around private parking, and then up through crisscross, which is the upper part. So not only are you taking these awkward left and right angles, but because crisscross is there, you've got to go down lower and then up higher to those two levels, because the crisscross checkpoints are on the same building, right? So that's what confuses me. It's like all of that whole, the wrong direction stuff going on Arena Commander. I get that a lot because I get a little bit turned around, and yeah, understanding that now makes me a little bit more confident that I can approach these checkpoints a little bit more sensibly, rather than just going direct through it. In terms of the racers and the approach that they take, though, I believe that obviously Splen is very familiar, and Jellyhead is very familiar with this. Yet to see how Slum approaches this. How do you feel, Croncy, this race will go? Do you think we're going to get a repeat of what we just saw at the Snake Pit, or do we think it will be slightly different?
I think we're definitely going to get a repeat of lap 1, where we're going to be seeing Jelly and Splen sort of fighting for that. What? Okay, sorry. I thought Splen just jumped out of the Aurora there. We're going to be seeing a fight between Splen and Jellyhead in that first lap. Just competing for the first place position. I think we will probably, once again, like just based on the times that we've seen from Jelly over the course of the last 2 weeks, Jelly probably will start out ahead. But if Splen is able to push and able to sort of threaten and attack Jelly from behind, Jelly may, like, they seem like they have a lot of composure, but if you can sort of, I'm trying to think of the word, you can throw them off. Right? If you're constantly fighting them for that position, the person ahead may end up in a situation where they take a risk where they probably shouldn't, that sort of thing, right? And I think Splen is the person to do that in this situation. The other thing I'm hoping for is that we also get another completed race by Slum. We jump some points in there. I did once again talk about how I really want to see, like a big fight between two races, them collide, and then someone to just slide on into the finish line. And I wouldn't mind that to be here either, because this has been a bit of a highlight of a map for today.
Yeah, and I totally get what you're saying with that pressure. If anybody would feel the pressure in a race, I think, or anybody would make you feel pressure in a race, it would be like if Splen's on the starting line with you, right? Or if Splen's on your tail, you know you're going to be pushing it, and you know you're going to be distracted by that, and you know you're going to be thinking about that as well. So it's like any of the GOATs in real life. If you're facing Magnus Carlsen against a chessboard, if you're facing Roger Federer over the net in a tennis match, then you're going to feel that pressure, and it's going to throw you off.
Yeah. And notably, even though that is the case, I think Jellyhead does know that they are likely the favorite to win this. But that's what I'm saying. That can make it worse. It's one of those things where it's pressure to perform. It's like, look, I've had these really good times. I've had these really good performances the last 2 weeks. We had the race just then. I started out ahead, but like a person is challenging you for it, and they are challenging you quite close by. So we're going to see what happens in a moment, though. We've got 30 seconds to go for the countdown. this will be my countdown. We'll see how it goes. This will be my final one for the day, so I'm hoping it goes all well. But let us know who you're running for, Jelly, Splen, or Slum, as we get into race number 2, group number 4 of round number 2. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so it looks like Jellyhead has taken an early lead, and Splen is close on his tail, with Slum just slightly behind Splen. Taking it nice and wide, as Jackedin has pointed out. Oh, pushing those Gs though, rolling around to counteract to make sure that there's no blacking out. Doing that slightly slightly more sharp than 180 turn that I was talking about. Here's that awkward angle on the top of crisscross, and we're coming down now through the eyeball, taking it nice and wide. There's a little bit of distance. It looks like just about a kilometer, nearly 2 kilometers distance between position number 1 and position number 2, but both very composed, both taking it nice and easy. It looks like a very clean start to this race. How do you think it's going, Croncy?
Yeah, once again, this is very similar to what happened lap number 1 of the previous race, where Jelly had a good head start. Splen almost exactly the same as the first race, about 4 seconds behind there. Unfortunately, a collision there for Slum in lap number 1, so that is going to be a DNF with no points, I'm afraid. But we've still got race number 3 to come. Meanwhile, Splen and Jellyhead still going for it, and you can see there, Jellyhead just absolutely crushing it, constantly starting to black out. I noticed on Splen's perspective a little bit earlier, still Jelly on the sights, so likely still within that 4-second mark, which has been really interesting. If you're staying on that 4 seconds behind, then you've been maintaining pace more or less pretty much the whole time. You just have to see where you can bring it back. Can you bring those 4 seconds back so you can get ahead? And you've only got really a lap and a bit to do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when they come back for the next round what their approach to the start line. Splen ratting out a little bit there because the gap appeared right at the start of the race, and they've just maintained the gap at the moment. It doesn't seem to be changing at all. So it's a very consistent flying style by both these racers, keeping the pressure on, keeping the race tense, and just seeing if one or both of them makes a mistake. And that's really all that's into it, I guess. That's really what's going to make the difference here. It's a shame that Slum took the angle of that checkpoint a little bit too sharp, but yeah, it looks like we are okay though. Splen has Splen DNF'd.
Yeah, it does appear that way. Splen had a crash at the end there in lap number 3. Very unfortunate. Now, it does mean that he got through lap number 1, so there will still be some points rewarded. But what I want to point out is, once again, at the end of lap 2, going into lap 3, Splen was still 4 seconds behind Jellyhead. So the entirety of the second lap, Splen was maintaining pace with Jellyhead. There's just a difference between starts, really, has been the main thing. So it's a crazy performance from these two races. Jellyhead's going to cross the finish line with a 59.532 and an outstanding performance from all of our races. Okay, I'm really excited for race 3. The consistency that Jellyhead and Splen have been performing. Unfortunately, Splen's consistency has also involved some collisions, but the time consistency has been wondrous in this group.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think as well, it's a little bit of consistency, but it's also a little bit of randomness that keeps us on the edge of our seats, right? I wasn't expecting Splen to have any collisions at all. Obviously, flying an Aurora is different to flying an M50 and is slightly different to flying a Razor. And because of the slower speeds, because of the amount of control that the Aurora has, it was not on my cards to see a DNF from Splen twice. Once, maybe, we can all sort of expect that, but twice is quite a surprise from my perspective. Not to say, that that we can't all make mistakes, and not to say that this isn't a big mistake. Obviously, he completed a lap. I think he's just pushing himself. I think he's just pushing to try and catch up as much as he could. And you know what it's like when you're flying a ship you're unfamiliar with. It's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I want to point out that in that last race in Skyscraper, the best lap from Jellyhead was 59.532. and from Splen, it was 1:05:02. So 1 second difference between their best laps in that last race is crazy. That is very, very consistent. So this has got me really excited for race number 3. We are back at the Yadar Valley. This is going to be the last race of the day, Cyberfox. I missed it already.
Yeah, I know. It feels like it's just flown by, right? It's been quite a fun event. I've been really enjoying all of the different races, all of the variety of different commentary, all the variety of different tracks, and the variety of different ships between the rounds. So yeah, really enjoying this. And yeah, Yadar Valley, what a great one to finish on.
It's just lovely. I've said it every single round. One of my favorite races to do. It's just so much fun. So it's going to be a good time for this one as we head into Yadar Valley over on Daymar. One of the first and, in my opinion, best racetracks to be introduced into the PU as well, which is great. So we have Jellyhead, we have Slum, we have Splen. Slum, unfortunately, had a DNF last race, but did start the day off with 3 points from Snake Pit. So hopefully to pick up a second or third, a second place or a finish here would be nice for them. And then, of course, Jellyhead and Splen has been the story of the last 2 races so far of how much they've just been fighting for first place position. I think Jellyhead's got to feel pretty confident now. The pressure's a little bit off now that you've solidified 8 points. See if you can bring it home and also run it back for 12 points, just like in group number 3 we saw with Ordito.
Yeah, and I think as well, in terms of the approach to the race, having spoken to the racers, it's interesting to see the drama that's happened because, like I said before, each of them had pre-preparation and routines that they used to. Splen's routine, when I spoke to him, is to completely stop doing time trial runs and focus on consistency and safety instead. So I hope that he remembers that practice for this race, because I do want to see all racers finish. It looks like we're 60 seconds away from the countdown.
We are, and it's your final countdown, Cyberfox. So everyone at home, give it up for Cyberfox. He's going to crush it again. He's been absolutely smashing these countdowns.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? When everything's on a slight delay when you're casting, it can throw me off a little bit. But here we go. 10 seconds counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And
they're off. Jellyhead mate taking an early lead.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what's happened in the first 2 laps. But once again, Splen right on top, not going to give an edge here. In fact, I'm not 100% sure there, but I think Splen may have actually overtaken there. We could be right on top of each other. It's a bit hard to tell from this perspective.
Yeah, Splen took the time trial line. You saw it earlier with Ordito. He went over the geometry and then under the checkpoint. So it looks like they're really close by, and you can see the arrows on his HUD there as well. Those little white arrows showing that the ships are right next to him. So perhaps they're closer. Perhaps all 3 of them are closer than we think. Coming around the slalom, very nicely composed. Did a little bit of 45ing through there as well, so a nice mix of flying styles. And now he's going into a roll and pitch. Jellyhead made, it looks like the gaps opened up a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, so 2 seconds, well, 2.5 seconds actually, between Splen and Jellyhead. It looks like Slum did unfortunately have another collision in that first lap, so that is going to be a DNF there. And you can see once again, Jellyhead on that first turn, just not as, really just not as solid as Splen was able to do there. So Jellyhead's got a lot of making up to do, which they did a lot of, it seems, in the first lap. So as long as they can get into a solid heaven here, solid into the slalom, it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, and it looks like Jellyhead mate's pushing on the boost, or saving up his boost, ready to push it down. It's got 42, 41, yeah, pushing down towards the ground. So he's got quite a lot in his tank that he can use up. Whereas in the preview, it took that a little bit, nearly lost control there. That was a little bit dodgy. As I was saying, we've seen this race using that boost meter all the way to the end. So I think Jellyhead mate has a little bit more he can eke out, a little bit more he can push. I think he's been a little bit conservative on his boost meter here, but really keeping up with Splen is just a challenge in itself.
Yep, that 2.5 seconds has turned into 4 seconds in this final lap. So Jellyhead has a long way to go now as Splen makes his way towards the 180. There we go. We can see it on the action camera. What a great view there as he comes around. Meanwhile, Jellyhead just approaching it now, popping in. This is going to require Splen to make a major mistake here, I think, in order for Jellyhead to bring this one back. The dreams of the 24-point round, unfortunately, maybe slipping out of their hands.
And you can see the difference just in this last drop as well. Splen redding out, whereas Jellyhead Made didn't have any G-forces to fight at all there. Just far more composed because Splen is really pushing the ship to the limits. It's ironic, I think, because what has caused Splen some upsets in the earlier tracks is actually what made him win this one, because Jellyhead Made just did not push quite as hard as Splen did.
And that is a good point. Splen will win this one. Race number 3 will take it out of Jellyhead's hands, but not particularly easily. A lot of fighting there in lap number 1. So well done to Splen taking that first one. Jellyhead still ending up with quite a few points for this entire round, and Slum with the unfortunate DNF, but still able to pick up some points from race number 1. Now, guys, we're going to be back in a second with all 5 casters. Before that, we're going to throw to the analysts, and we're going to hear everything they have to say about what you guys just witnessed. We'll be back soon.
Yo, welcome back, everybody, here to the analyst desk for Gravity Rush 2955. I'm gonna say what everybody's saying right now. I think I can watch Splen and Jelly race all day long. Those guys fly max to the limit, risky. I love it. Man, that's so fun to watch, so exciting. But let's jump right into it. We got Snake Pit. Tint, we're gonna kick it off with you. This last group, man, that was a fun one, but we saw Splen kind of, I believe in that second lap take a hit. But yeah, give us your thoughts.
I think really it's Jelly was very much able to capitalize on having the frontline position off the grid here. And so that really did kind of put the requirement on Splen to shove forward to get some pressure onto him. And unfortunately, they were both pushing as hard as they could, and Splen couldn't quite take that corner. We saw him going for what I think may have honestly been an attempt to gain some time, slinging out wide on drifters. And it used to be an incredibly common shortcut. You'd see people cutting over that hill. But it was incredibly risky. And so I think it may have just been that choice to full send and let the dice, roll. But
yeah,
it was also to see Slum holding his own and, really taking, again, that sort of safe yawing style, but keeping it together, getting the race finished, getting some points on the board. It's always great to see people having those victories.
Yeah, very good points there, Slum. Landing 3 points and finishing here in that Snake Pit, for group number 4. Jacketing, your thoughts here on Snake Pit for group 4 here.
Yeah, probably the golden moment is Cyberfox hitting the go right on the dot, right? As soon as he said go, everybody left. Probably, highlight of the day. All jokes aside, the battle between Jelly and Splen, fantastic. Excellent way to start it out. Splen, riding the limit as always, loves to always push as much as he can. We could see him redding out a lot. He loves that down pitch maneuver. We see it across all of the races, really. He loves that down pitch maneuver. Reds him out, has to turn around to cancel out those Gs and then follow it up with a pitch, neutralizing those Gs. So very much got that technique down. A lot of it comes from a lot of seat time in the M50, which definitely helps train that. Unfortunately, Splen did end up taking. It looked like he was taking that time trial line that does shave off a few milliseconds, but probably ended up going against it and ended up, crashing into the crane. Or it could have just been exiting a bit too wide. Hard to say, but yeah, unfortunate. Would have been a really nice battle. I do have to point out Jelly's turn 1 is a masterclass. I love it, and all 3 laps, I was noticing his screen just taking the very top right corner of that checkpoint and then cutting it straight towards the next turn. Beautiful, very, very well done for that. And then Slum keeping it together, going slow. I noticed he's also flying in coupled mode, So only needed to push when he needed and just let the rest of the thrusters kind of stabilize for him, just taking it nice and smooth, and managed to get that finish to take that second place spot. So really nice start to the series.
Yeah, that was a very good one. And honestly, seeing Snake Pit with Auroras compared to, during round one when they use their own favorite ship. Honestly, I like seeing the Auroras and Snake Pits. It's a lot of fun to watch compare, to them using the Mariah Razor because I feel like they go so much faster and the Auroras kind of slow things down a little bit, but it makes it makes the track not too quick where you can actually kind of somewhat keep up with those turns, which is a lot of fun. So, all right, well, jumping right into the skyscraper, we saw Slum unfortunately wasn't able to, to finish there, but it's all good, Slum. Keep pushing, man. Keep trying. Keep practicing. Jacketing, what are your thoughts there for the skyscraper for group number 4?
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate for Slum early on. Could not get a lap down. But for Splend versus Jelly, I mean, very, very good flying from both. I think what it really came down to is the corner entries, right? So we could see straight from the get-go that Splend was attacking the turns really aggressively and really
Yeah.
going for that sharp turn in and then getting a wide exit. It did end up compromising some of his exits, and at that point, you could see Jelly kind of slowly extending that gap as Jelly was doing those late apex maneuvers, right? Getting that wide entry, but then getting that sharp exit.
Yep.
Whereas Splen was kind of doing the opposite here, which did compromise some of his times. We did not get to see Splen's crash on the stream from our perspective, but it could have been a factor there that just got a bit too close on corner entry and just could not get that ship around, But otherwise, fantastic flying from both, really. So it was just a matter of, that racing line, that wide entry it's kind of faster than the wide exit. Sorry about that.
Yeah, the replay actually just showed. I'm not sure if we can go back to the last replay, but he, I believe, didn't. He took that, like you mentioned, that aggressive turn, and right here, just kind of like banged into that checkpoint and wasn't able to. They didn't have enough boost to take it, in that more aggressive, and then that's what happened to Splend right there. So. Thanks, production. Appreciate you guys. But anyways, Tint, to you, Skyscraper, how do you feel about that one as well?
I think Jagadin's really nailed it. We were chatting about it a little bit during the breaks between the races, and I think in part it's a difference between an old school and a new school approach, where in the past there have been times where that more tight in, wide out approach would have served you better, particularly when ships had higher top speeds. Whereas these days, it's definitely much more favorable to take it in wide and then have a nice sharp exit that lets you keep a straight line. But it's also, I think, Splend's crash is, and it's good that we got to see it, is because it's a fantastic example of the trouble with this track for new racers, which is those first 3 checkpoints really are one turn. It's all one fluid S-curve that has to be nailed precisely. And so, again, just having, as Jacko said, that late, that really tight entry caused him to be late on his turn coming into the second part of the S, and that's just rough to see.
That's why I push
definitely
to
a
say
tough
if you
one.
can get through the first 2 turns of Skyscraper, then you're home free, right? Those 3 turns are the make or break of Skyscraper.
Brutal, yeah.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, no. Feel free to jump in anytime. I think if you have something to say, we definitely want to hear it. So jump at any time, man. But yeah, I totally agree there. And then, of course, our last track here for group number 4, we had Yadar Valley. Of course, Slum. I still believe in you, man. Okay, no, don't. Hey, continue to go and putting those points on the board, my guy. But Yadar Valley, Tint, right back to you, man. What are your thoughts here? We just saw Splend say, you know what, I'm gonna dominate this one. Splend definitely brought it for Yadar Valley, and man, the maneuvering of the way Splend goes into into heaven, instead of coming upside down, they just bring it all the way down and then try to boost back so they don't hit the ground. That's pretty dang good. So, anyways, Tint, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it really is Heaven is absolutely another great example of, I was talking earlier about how when people come up on their nose and they roll to present their side to the turn, it's a little inconsistent because if that roll angle is not the same every time, it can bite you.
Yeah.
So Ninjetti's answer to that was to go 180 and be fully upside down. Splen's answer was to just not roll. Let's just shove the nose back down. Let's red out. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. We do this all day. So it's a more consistent approach versus that side down kind of approach to the turn. But we also just saw that, Splin's approach to the rest of the track was a lot more fluid. And I think it's maybe a preview of what we're going to wind up seeing next week, or in 2 weeks rather, with the zero-G racing, because that's always been an area where Splin's been really dominant. And Yadar kind of taps into those abilities here and lets him leverage that experience.
Nope, totally agree, and definitely saw the full potential here of what Splend could do, because he did really, really well in this one. Jacqueline, heading over to you. What are your thoughts here for group number 4 on Yadar Valley?
Yeah, I mean, this is Splend's home, right? This is if you were to just say one track that Splend can just do in his sleep, it has to be Yadar Valley. In the old days, you could see him just grind out world record after world record after world record. He knows this track inside out, and you could see it in the way he flies, right? He has 100% confidence, not afraid of any of the corners, and again, loving that down pitch maneuver, and can do Heaven beautifully. Even when he gets to the drop, he catches the Aurora so beautifully. There's just no flaw in the way he flies this track. He is super consistent, super fast. Just one of the kings of Yadar Valley. I mean, I think the only person who really fights him on that level is probably Fresh, but Splen at Yadar, just phenomenal. And Jelly, he not sure if Jelly is a big fan of Yadar Valley, so I think getting a fast enough time to be able to compete was good enough. I'm not sure if he came in with the mentality of fighting Splen and like that, but you could see Jelly is very well known for experimenting with the exit of the slalom. And I believe across the 3 laps, we saw 3 different techniques in taking it. So in the first lap, he kind of went on a side drift. In the second lap, he used the bottom of the ship to aero brake. And then on the last lap, he did his recently famous 360, where just at the exit of the second turn, he just kind of flips it around and then pushes with the main at the exit. So really nice to see experimenting with those lines and still keeping a really good time, to be completely honest. So really nice.
One thing I will say too is that I'll give you this question really quick, Jacqueline. Do you feel in some of these tracks there's still better lines to be found, or do you think that the lines currently racing and everybody that's putting these videos on the leaderboard on SCR.GG are optimal lines? Because I feel like there's still, I'm just the type of person that I still always feel there's always room for improvement no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be room for improvement, but I think at the end of the day, every track will at some point or another have the optimal line, regardless of the flight model, right? So the speeds might change that optimal line, right? So depending on how fast your ship turns, right, you might want to take a slightly wider entry or a slightly tighter entry. It all depends on the characteristics of the ship that determines the ideal racing line, because at the end of the day, the ideal racing line is just the quickest path through a turn. It all depends on how well you can corner it, right? You can see that even in the different in cars. Formula 1 racing line can be different than a GT3 car racing line, right? Where they don't turn as quick as a Formula 1 car, so their line will be slightly different. They take a bit of a wider entry, whereas a Formula 1 can just attack the corner. So But at the end of the day, I still think the ideal racing line will just stay within a line, but then vary slightly left to right, depending on the ship.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Well, let's jump right into. Oh, no, you're good. That was a great answer. I appreciate it. Let's go take a quick look at group number 4 results as we have them ready to go, and let's see who's leading the pack right now, because it seems like we still have group. Okay, I believe that should be Jelly Headmade with 23 points. Splen with right behind with 18, not too far away. And Slum dropping in that 5-point Slum. I still believe in you. Snake Pit, Jelly Headmade with that 43 seconds. Skyscraper, Jelly Headmade again with 59 seconds with the fastest lap. And then Yadar Valley
another Splen 57 seconds with the fastest lap for today. And man, I'm very excited. So, but yeah, Jellyhead made the leading group number 4 here, going into round number 3 here in the next couple of weeks for Gravity Rush. But let's come, let's bring in the team. Let's bring in the team here. Let's bring in both Croncy and Cyberfox back in, the legendary voice. Love hearing this guy cast. But guys, welcome back. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys enjoyed today's races. But I gotta ask, starting off with you, Cyberfox, really quick, what has been your favorite moment of the day?
Man, it's like the catchphrase is for the event is throttle over fear, right? The thing that I've liked the most is that I've learned a lot.
Love it.
It's been a masterclass in racing, but it's also been a masterclass in analysis. So props to Jacket and Tint here. I'm going to be taking away a renewed passion for the thing that I enjoy most in StarCitizen. I don't own a racing ship, but my first screenshot in the game was me flying an in-game purchased based Razor. Like, I love that ship, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Razor, the M50, and Snubs battle it out in round number 3. So I'd say, that for me is what I'm taking away with it. And I also want to say that whether you watch this live, whether you're watching it, the recording as a VOD, if this has captured your imagination, if you feel like you want to give racing a go, reach out to us, reach out to any of us. The StarCitizen community is like one of the greatest gaming communities out there, and we're all here to help you get into racing and make it manageable. So yeah, I'd say throttle over fear, guys. That's my takeaway.
Oh, love that, man. And hey, I mean, we got to chill a little bit, but if you can't find the other communities, man, just hop into the Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. We'll guide you to the other communities, and then so some of these folks here will guide you as well. So, hey, don't be scared. Just like Cyberfox says, throttle over fear and don't stop. Croncy, same question to you. What has it been your favorite part of today's races?
Group number 2 with Shaknu and Liquid Prime was some of the best, like, back and forth fighting that I've ever seen in a racing series. Every single one of their best lap times across the 3-race series were within a second and a half of each other in each one, right? So race number 1, their best lap was 1.3 seconds behind each other. Race number 2, their best lap was 0.6 seconds behind each other. Race number 3, their best lap was 1.2 seconds behind each other, right? They were just on top of each other the entire time and just back and forth, right? And appropriately, they then got the points to match. It was 11 points to Shaknu, 10 points to Liquid Prime. It was just so cool to see them consistently fight over and over and over again. And that's what I love about this. I love that we have this opportunity to watch, like, people who, not just the best of the best, but like people who have similar skill levels just inch out over and over again and really get into that competitive instance. So yeah, by far a highlight for me.
And something that I keep saying is that we still got another round, and then we have the semifinals where we're gonna see some of these top racers qualify, and we'll finally see a Shaknu versus Splen or a Jelly Medmaid versus Ordito. That is going to be exciting, and that's going to make the semifinals and finals even just more ecstatic for everybody watching at home. So, Jacqueline, same question to you. What was your favorite part for racing throughout the day today during Gravity Rush round number 2?
Yeah, I think the same for me, the Liquid versus Shaknu, and coming at a very close second, the Herbie versus Canadian Maverick. Though they were constantly fighting and swapping positions over and over and over again. And ultimately, I think the only time where they weren't fighting is that when one person hit some geometry, right? Because otherwise, they were on top of each other the whole time. So it was really, really nice to see. This is what I love about racing, right? The constant head-to-head battles, the swapping positions, those smart overtakes. That's what I love to see, and that was my favorite part of the night.
Awesome. Tint, same question your way, man. How you feeling about today?
I'm loving today. It was great to see a lot of our new racers doing a little bit better, getting past those jitters and fears, getting some more laps down, getting some more points on the board. And I'm rooting for all of them. It was also great to see, our all of our close battles. I mean, it's really rare that you have an event like this where you get to see some close racing in literally every single group. And yet somehow that's where we are.
the
Well,
Aurora.
I gotta say, shout out to the. Yeah, I know. Shout out to the Laser team, man. They did a great job of putting the groups together. But for round number 3, we're going right back to it, where they get to use their ships again. We're gonna see the Razor, we're gonna see that P-72, and we're gonna see that Origin M50. But coming up in 2 weeks, make sure you're here. Make sure you're tuned in and ready for more throttle over fear, as we say. But we got Yadar Valley coming back. We got Pyro Gateway, and of course, Miner's Lament. That one is all that stuff. But yeah, that's what I call it. But any races you guys are excited to see for next week, or any new track you guys are excited to see for next week, whether it's Miner's Lament or Pyro Gateway. Starting off with you, quick.
I mean, it's an imposing list when Yadar is the easiest track on it to do well on.
Oh, yes.
But that's just scary. There's no other way to look at it. But I'm very excited to see Miner's Lament. I mean, it's a really difficult course to master, and it's one that will push all these guys to their limits. But getting to see, especially some of our pros who haven't really had the chance to show off their specialties yet, who are going to be, I think, absolutely crushing it in 0G.
Well, Jacqueline, same question to you. Which one are you excited to see? I mean, we saw Yadar Valley, but Pyro Gateway, Miner's Lament.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll never be excited to watch Stanton Pyro Gateway. But otherwise, Yadar and Miner's Lament are, it's nice. It's gonna be nice watching Yadar and the ships that the people chose, that the ones that they've been practicing a lot on. But Miner's Lament, it's a completely different ball game, right? I mean, Yadar is as close to 0G as it gets with putting a little bit of ATMO in it. But the 0G, It's a completely different ball game, right? And I do think it's going to favor a lot of people with head tracking, just because of the way the current flight system is. You need those mains. So without the head tracking, it's going to be very difficult to go around the track. But that's probably what's going to make it more exciting. It's just to see how these people can translate their atmospheric skills into 0G. And that also is going to play a factor with the ship choices, right? We saw in the first round, the P-72, the clear dominant ship in ATMO. Not going to be the same case going into round 3, I believe. I think the M50 is definitely going to be the clear favorite for next week. So it's definitely going to play with the points a little bit going into the semis. Fortunate I'm not going to be here.
It's all right, man. Well, I know you'll do your homework and make it back up, so no worries about that. Kranzi, what are your thoughts on these tracks coming up? Any excitement around Pyro Gateway or Miner's Lament?
I would be okay if we just ran Yadar Valley 30 times. I love that racetrack so much. So I'm really, really excited that we're going back there for the first race there. And in a similar vein, I do like Miner's Lament. I myself am not a massive fan of doing I like the atmospheric tracks a little bit more. So I'm excited, honestly, for hopefully what happened to a lot of us with Skyscraper, getting a bit more understanding of that track and maybe enjoying it a little bit more. I'm hoping that happens to me with Miner's Lament. From the sounds of it, that will not happen for anyone for Pyro Gateway, but at least there's one where we might end up in that way.
What a troll. I mean, Skyscraper actually... Yeah, I mean, Skyscraper grew on me. The more I saw these racers, continue to race it, and then I feel like it's going to be the same. Like, maybe in the first group, maybe you're like, and then later on you're like, oh, this turn, or this hairpin, he's using the boost. You like, it's going to get you. Don't sleep on it. Anyways, CyberFox, last one your way. Pyro Gateway, Miner's Lament, anything you're excited about coming up here in round number 3 for Gravity Rush?
I'm excited to live with the regret of having to commentate on Miner's Lament. How like, what are you asking us to do? You did it yourself. You were dancing on screen a moment ago.
I know.
Like, I need to learn the difference a little bit between ATMO and 0G, and I really am looking forward to seeing the people who chose snub ships live with their choices, because the snub ships are going to be so difficult on those tracks. But even more difficult is, me trying to commentate on Miner's Lament, because I haven't got a clue. So looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Hey man, there's a lot of video out there. Jacketing. We need that guide ASAP.
Oh, I'm working on it. I was supposed to get Yadler done for this weekend.
Oh, it's all good, man. Anyways, if you guys are now watching Jacketing's tracks on YouTube, man, they're very, very well done. But guys, that's gonna wrap it up for us today. We really appreciate it. Make sure you guys, show some love to the racers, show some love to the analysts and casters, man. Make sure you show them some love and some messages. Follow them on social media. I got to head over to Quantum because I'm in Vegas right now. So I'm going to go say hi to the community. But thank you guys all so much for watching today. Big shout out to our analysts today, Tint and Jacketing, and then our casters absolutely crushed it today. It's been a fantastic day for racing here at Gravity Rush 2954. Thank you so much, Crossy. Thank you so much, Cyberfox. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. Continue cheering on the racers, and we'll see you back here in 2 weeks for round number 3 of Gravity Rush 2955. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.